Bootstrap is one of the most popular CSS frameworks, and SASS is one of the most popular CSS preprocessors. In this course, Patrick will teach you how to create a portfolio website using Bootstrap 5 and SASS.
Hey everyone, how you doing? Thanks for checking out this video. My name is Patrick from Code. So in this video, we're going to build a multipurpose layout with Bootstrap version 5 and SASS. And the first thing you're going to do is to learn how to set up the SASS environment so that you can be able to work with SASS. Then you're going to start building the project for a fake company called Patrick's. So you're going to start with the Navbar, which is the topmost part of this layout. And then you're going to create the second section called the intro section. So here you're going to create a brief introduction about the company. And then on the right, you're going to create this pop-up. So you have this animated play button, and once you click, then a video will pop up from YouTube or any other source that you choose. From there, you're going to create another section called services. So here you're going to showcase some of the services our fake company is offering. From there, you're going to create another section called testimonials. So here you're going to showcase what our clients are saying about the company. And then from there, we're going to create another section called frequently asked questions. So here we're going to use Bootstrap component called accordion. So once you click, then the question collapses and reveals the answer. From there, we're going to create another section for latest work. So here we're going to showcase some of the latest work our fake company has created. And then we have these filtering buttons for filtering the categories for the portfolio. From there, we're going to create another section called Get Started. So this one is similar to what we call to action. So we have this form. And then finally, we have the bottom part of the layout, which is the footer. Then from there, we're going to make sure that our layout is fully responsive across a variety of screen devices. So before we get started, make sure you have some basic knowledge in HTML and CSS. So stick around and let's get started. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to set up the SASS environment. And this is to make sure that we have the correct environment for working with SASS. So the first one is to install Node.js. It's an open source server environment. Node.js allows you to run JavaScript on the server, and it's free and it runs on various platforms. So if your machine is not yet installed with Node.js, you can head over to the official website, which is nodejs.org. So here on the homepage, for those who are using Windows, we have a download recommended for most users, and this one is more than enough for this project. Alternatively, you can also download the current one, which has the latest features. For other platforms like Linux and Mac, you can check on this link that says downloads. So here you need to download the one compatible with your platform or operating system. And then once you download, then you can install it on your machine. And once you install, then you need to open your terminal and run node --version. And this command will enable you to confirm whether your machine is installed with Node.js. Alternatively, you can also use node -v. So you can see mine is installed with version 15.50. It can be different in your case, but make sure you see results like this. So if you don't see results, then it means your machine is not yet installed with Node.js. So once you do that, then we are ready to move to the next step, and that is to create a file called package.json. So this is a file which is going to help us manage all the dependencies or the packages that we're going to use on the entire project. So first, we need to create a folder which is going to keep all our project files. So on my desktop, I'm going to create that folder. So new folder, and I'm going to call this folder Bootstrap -v5 for version 5. And then I'm going to open that folder, and I'm going to open my terminal inside that project folder. So right click, open in terminal. So I'm using git bash, and here you can see now I'm inside my project folder, and this is the path to that folder. So here I'm going to run a command which is going to initialize the process of creating that file called package.json. So that command is npm init for initialize. So this one is a step-by-step process of creating that file. So hit enter. So here you'll see it says this utility will walk you through creating a package.json file. It only covers the most common items and tries to guess sensible defaults. So the first item here is the package name, and you can see it has already assigned the name of that folder, which is bootstrap -v5. That is the name of the folder that we're going to keep all our projects. So if you're not comfortable with that name, then you can type that name. For example, let's say you want a name like my project, then you can type it there and then hit enter. So for me, I'm comfortable with that name. So that is the name of that package name. And then you can also have the option to change the version. So I'm comfortable with that. Description, I'm going to write learning Bootstrap version 5 with SASS. The next item, entry point, test command, you're going to put it later. Git repository, later. Keywords, so here you can enter as many keywords as you want, separating them with comma or space. So I'm going to start with the first keyword, which is bootstrap space bootstrap -v5 space, we have SASS space learn bootstrap space and then learn SASS. So one word. So I'm comfortable with those 5 keywords, actually 5, sorry. And then I'm going to hit enter. Other, that should probably be your name or your company name. So I'm going to write my name, enter, license, and then here are the items you need to double check. So if you're comfortable, then you can hit enter for OK. So now we have completed that process, and now if you check inside our project folder, you'll see we have a file called package.json. The next step that I'm going to do is to add or install the packages that we're going to use in our project. So we're going to start with the first package, which is .sass. .sass is a preprocessor. It's going to help us compile SASS to CSS. And then you're going to install Bootstrap, of course. And then we have Font Awesome. This one is going to help us with the icons. And then we have the auto prefixer. So the auto prefixer is a plugin that saves you the monotony of adding prefixes to your CSS. So let's start with .sass. So you can go to this website, which is npmjs.com, and search for that package. Alternatively, you can also go to GitHub and search for .sass. So here on the search bar, I'm going to type .-sass. And by doing that, you'll be able to see the results. And we need the result that says a pure JavaScript implementation of SASS. So I'm going to click on that. And here you'll see the first thing is this package has been deprecated. That means the package has been renamed to SASS. So earlier it was named as .sass, but now it's been renamed to SASS. So if you scroll down here on the usage, there are different ways of installing and using this package depending on your needs and your environment. So you can see here, you can install it globally using npm install -gsass, which will provide access to the SASS executable. You can also add it to your project by using npm install. And because you're using npm, then you're going to install it using this command. So I'm going to copy that command and then copy. And then on the terminal, first I'm going to clear. And then I'm going to paste. Enter. So by doing that, you'll be able to see a new folder on our project folder called node modules, which is going to keep all the packages that you're going to install. So now as you can see, we have that folder. And if you look on the terminal, you can see it has added 16 packages. So let's look again on the node modules, that folder. You'll see we have, that is some folders. You can see we have some folders, the 16 of them. So I'm going to open this project on my VS Code. And here you'll see we have a new dev dependency on the package.json file. So this one is SASS version 1.32.12. So that is by the time I was doing this video. It can be different by the time you're watching this video. So the next package you're going to install. So we have Bootstrap. So you can go to the official documentation, which is getbootstrap.com. So on the homepage here, you'll see currently version 5. And then if you scroll down here, you'll see the command that you're going to use to install Bootstrap. So down here we have the installation, and here you can see we have that command npm install bootstrap. So I'm going to copy that command And then on the terminal, I'm going to paste, and then I'm going to flag it with ---- save. So this one will save it as a dependency. So it has added that package. Now if you look on the text editor, you'll see we have a new dependency called Bootstrap version 5. So the next package you're going to install is Font Awesome. So you can go to the official website, which is fontawesome.com, and then down here you need to click on Start for Free. So I'm going to click that, and then if you scroll down here, you'll see we have npm. So I'm going to click on npm, and then here you'll see version 5.153. So this is the version that we're going to use. And then using this package, we have different ways of using it. And here we have the command for installing it. So you can see we have npm install ---- save, and then the name of that package, which is Font Awesome free. So I'm going to copy that command. And then on my terminal, first I'm going to clear, and then I'm going to paste. Enter. So you can see it has added that package. Now if you check on the text editor, you can see we have a new dependency called Font Awesome version 5.153. The next package that I'm going to install is Autoprefixer. So you can go to npmjs.com and search for that package. So on the search bar, I'm going to type Autoprefixer. And I'm going to click on the first results that says parse CSS and add vendor prefixes to CSS rules using values from Can I Use website. So I'm going to click on that. And here you'll see we have this Autoprefixer, post CSS plugin to parse CSS and add vendor prefixes to CSS rules. So if you scroll down, you'll see we have the command for installing this package. So I'm just going to search for that. So I'm going to type install. So you can see we have that command. So I'm going to copy. And then on the terminal, I'm going to paste. Then I'm going to flag it with ---- save. Enter. So it has added the packages, 91 packages. So we check from the text editor, you see now we have two new dependencies. We have the Autoprefixer version 10.25, and we have post-CSS CLI version 8.31. So with that, we can start working on our project, and we're going to install other packages as the need arises. Then from there, the next step is to create an npm script, which is going to compile our SASS to CSS. So on the scripts, you can see we have a predefined script. So I'm going to remove it, and then I'm going to write my own. So the first option on the script is the name of that script. So we have the double quotes and then the name of that script. So I'm going to call it compile : and then SASS. And here you have the option to give it any keyword or name that you want to use. Then from there we have the command. Again, we have the double quotes, and you're going to start with SASS, the name of that package that we installed called the .sass, and then space, and then the source of your SASS files. So I'm going to create a folder called SCSS, which is going to keep all the SASS files. And then you have the colon, and then the destination of where you want to keep your compiled CSS. So here I'm going to tell the script to create two folders. The first one is the assets, and then the second one is CSS. So it's going to get my SASS from the SCSS folder, and then it's going to compile and keep that compiled CSS to this folder called CSS. So from there, I'm going to save, and then I'm going to create this folder called SCSS. So inside the project, I'm going to create that folder, which is SCSS. So from there, we're going to put our script to test. So inside the SCSS folder, I'm going to create a new SASS file, and I'm going to call it style.scss. So on the terminal, before we write any style, I'm going to start that script. So on the terminal, I'm going to run npm run compile SASS. So remember the name of that script. If you check again on the package.json file, you can see we have that, the name of that script, which is compile:/SASS. So that is the script that you need to run on your terminal. That is npm run and then the name of that script, which is compile:/SASS. It can be any name that you've given. So from there, I'm going to hit enter. And by doing that, you'll see it has compiled and then terminated the process. And then if you check on the project, you'll see we have a new folder called assets. And then inside the asset, we have another folder called CSS. And you can see we have the two files. We have style.scss and then we have a source map. And source maps are files that tell browsers or other tools that consume CSS how that CSS corresponds to the SASS files from which it was generated. So they make it possible to see and even edit your SASS files in browsers. So that means every SASS file that we create inside the SCSS folder, it's going to generate a source map inside the folder where we keep all the compiled CSS. So for testing purposes, I'm going to write some styles on the SASS file, which is the style.scss. And then you're going to see how it's going to compile on the style.css. So I'm going to open that file, which is style.css, to the side so that you can see in real time how it's going to compile. So before I write any styles, I'm going to run the script again. And here you can see it has compiled and then it has terminated the process. So we need to keep this script running every time that we do changes to the SASS file or to that folder called SCSS. So to make it work, we're going to modify the script a bit. So inside the package.json file, we're going to modify the script again, and then we're going to add the watch flag so that it can watch for the changes that we're going to do inside that file or inside that folder called SCSS. So here on the script where we have the SASS, I'm going to create a space and then I'm going to add that flag, which is --watch. So that flag is going to watch for the changes that we're going to do inside that folder or any file inside that folder called SCSS. So I'm going to save and then I'm going to run the script again. So now you can see the script has not terminated the process. You can see SASS is watching for changes. You can press Ctrl+C to stop the script. So you can see now it's watching for the changes that you're going to do inside that file. So let's do some styles on that SASS file, and then you're going to see how it's going to compile in real time. So here I'm going to create a variable called primary, and then I'm going to assign it a value or a hex value that is a red color. So we have FF and the 4 zeros, and then I'm going to assign it. So we have a class called test1. I'm going to assign it a color, and then I'm going to assign it that primary color. So immediately I save, you'll see it's going to compile or watch for the changes and then compile it to our style sheet. So I'm going to save, and as you can see, it has compiled and assigned that color. So if we check now on the terminal, you'll see it has already compiled and it's still watching for the changes that you're going to do. So let's change the color. Let's change to another color. So I'm going to assign it a yellow color. So we have FF0, and then I'm going to save. And as you can see, it has already compiled. And that means it is watching for the changes that you're going to do inside that file. So that means our script is working perfectly fine. So, and just like I said, this one was just for testing purposes. So I'm going to remove it, and then I'm going to save. Again, as you can see on the style, nothing to compile. The next step that I'm going to do is to customize Bootstrap. So here we're going to override some of the Bootstrap defaults so that you can achieve the needs that you want on the project. I'm going to create a custom SASS file, which is going to keep all the variables that you're going to override in Bootstrap. And this is because it is not good practice to modify or edit the Bootstrap core files. So inside the SSS folder, and this is the folder that we said you're going to keep all the SASS files, I'm going to create that file. So I'm going to create it as a partial. That means it will have an underscore And the underscore lets us know that the file is only a partial and should not be generated into a style sheet. So we have the underscore and then custom.sss. So inside this file, you're going to do copy some of the variables that you're going to override, including the Bootstrap itself. So before you do the overrides, you're going to import Bootstrap, and then you're going to see some of the changes that you're going to do inside this file called themingkit.html. So this is the file that you're going to see the changes that you're going to override. It has some of the Bootstrap components like the Navbar, which are using some of the primary colors. We have things like buttons, which are using some of the primary and the secondary colors. And then we have things like tables. We have borders. And then if you scroll down here, you have alerts. So some of these components are using the Bootstrap variables that you're going to override. So first, let's import the Bootstrap, and then you're going to link this file with the style sheet. So we have the comment, which is import Bootstrap 5, and then I'm going to import it using the import rule. So we have the import so we have node modules, and then you have Bootstrap, and then SSS, and then we have bootstrap.sss. So this is the main file, or the main Bootstrap file, which has everything. And then close it with a semicolon. Then from there, we're going to import this custom SASS file to our main SASS file, which is the style.sss. So I'm going to open that file, and then you're going to import it and use it as a module. So here we have the use rule, and then custom. And then I'm going to close that with a semicolon, and then I'm going to save. Then I'm going to open this style.css to the side. We're going to see how it's going to be compiled in real time. As you can see, it has already compiled, and now this is our style sheet. So we're going to link that style sheet to the theming kit. So I'm going to open that file, and then on the head section, I'm going to link that style sheet. So we have the assets, CSS, and then style.css. So remember, this file is available on the description if you want to follow along on this part. So I'm going to save, and then I'm going to go live and check on the browser how it looks like. So this is our file, the themingkit.html. You can see some of the defaults, like the primary color is blue, which is being used here on the Navbar. You can see the Navbar is using that primary color as the blue, and that is the default. So we have things like buttons, we have alerts, we have table border, we have button borders. So these are some of the things, or some of the defaults that you're going to override using this file. And you're going to see some of these changes in this file. So remember, here we're going to do the overrides for the primary color and replace the blue with our primary colors, which is purple and the pink color. Then from there, we're going also to do the override for the accordion button. You can see this button, we need to replace that with our plus icon. So if you scroll down here on the testimonials, you can see now we are going to replace this button, which is the default, to the plus and the dash circle. So you can see the default on the Bootstrap, we have this chevron up and the chevron down. So you're going to override some of those defaults. And this file is going to help us see some of the changes that you're going to do. So the next thing now you have to do is to copy some of the things that you want to override. The colors, remember here we have used the blue. The blue is the default. So we're going to copy them from the Bootstrap variables file, which can be found inside the node modules. And then we have the Bootstrap, SSS, and then down here we have the variables file. So I'm going to open that. So here you can see the primary color is assigned to that blue color as the default. So I'm going to start with the gray colors and the white color. So I'm going to copy the entire gray, white, and black colors to my custom. So first I'm going to write a comment, white and gray colors. So then again, we need to remove the default flag. Once you copy, you must remove the default flag. So I'm going to select all of them and then save. So let's copy also the primary so that we can assign it our theme colors, the one we have used in our layout. So before you copy the primary, we need to copy also the purple and the pink colors. And that one I'm going to copy them at the top of that file. So my theme colors, paste, and then let's copy also the primary and the secondary color. So those are the two colors that we need. Others can remain as default. So here we're going to assign our primary color to that purple. And then for our secondary color, we're going to change that to the pink color. So also this one, we need to remove the defaults. And then I'm going to save. We are going to see the real changes. So now as you can see, our theming kit has changed the colors. So now from blue to purple, and also our secondary color from gray 900 to the pink. So, but this is not the color that we have used in our layout. So again, if you check from our layouts, so we have this purple and this pink, and these are different hex values. So I have them here on my notepad. So we're going to assign them to our gray color and our pink color. So let's start with the purple, and this one I'm going to modify a bit. I'm going to call it purple dark because I have two colors. So I'm going to duplicate that and then change from dark to light. So for the first color, I have it here. This is my theme color, so I'm going to copy, paste. We have the second color, copy, paste, and then the pink color, copy, paste. And then here we need to assign that color, which is purple dark. And then I'm going to save. Let's see the overrides in our theming kit.html. So you can see now our theming kit has reflected the colors that we have changed. So these are the colors that I've used on our layout. So again, if you check here from the layout, we need to do another override, and that is the accordion buttons for collapsing. So you can see here the default is what we have here on the theming kit. We have this chevron up and then the chevron down. So we need to replace that with our custom buttons, which is the plus and the dashed circle. So just like we did with the colors, I'm going to do the overrides for the accordion variable. So let's copy that variable to our custom. So inside the variables, I'm going to search for that accordion variable. So I'm going to write accordion. And here you'll see we have a number of accordion variables. So first I'm going to copy the variables responsible for the colors of the icons. And here we have the accordion icon color and another one which is accordion icon active color. So these are the two variables responsible for the icon colors. So I'm going to copy the two, and then inside my custom, first I'm going to write a comment. So we have the accordion overrides, and then for the accordion icon color, I'm going to assign it to our primary color. So that is the primary variable. And then for the active icon, I'm going to assign it our secondary color. So that is the secondary variable. Then we're going to copy another variable, which is the variable for the icons. So we have the two variables, which is the accordion button icon, which has this SVG icon for the chevron up. So if you look properly here, you'll see we have the SVG code for that chevron up, and then for the active icon we have the chevron down. So I'm going to copy the two variables, and then you're going to replace the icons with the plus icon and the dash circle. So inside the custom, I'm going to replace and then remove the default flag. And then you're going to replace this SVG code with the plus icon code. So the question is, where are we going to get the SVG code? So there are so many sources that you can get the SVG code, but I highly recommend that you use the Bootstrap icons. So you can go to icons.getbootstrap.com. So here you're going to search for the icons that you're going to replace with the default, which is the chevron up and chevron down. So here I'm going to start with the first icon for the chevron up, and I'm going to replace that with the plus icon. So I'm going to just type plus. So here you'll see the different versions of the plus icon, and we are only interested with the one with the circle, and we have the plus circle. So I'm going to click on that icon, and here you'll see the different ways of using this icon, and you're only interested with the SVG code. So I'm going to copy the HTML code for that icon, and then I'm going to paste it on my notepad. So here we're going to replace the dimension code. So I'm going to copy for the, you can see here we have the two paths. So I'm going to copy the path for the first dimension, or the dimension for the first path, and then I'm going to replace the chevron up. So where we have the dimension, only replace that. I'm going to select it and then paste. Then I'm going to copy the second path, the entire path, and then again I'm going to paste it here. And then you need to remove the double quotes and replace that with a single quote. Double quote, replace that with a single quote. I'm going to save that file, and then I'm going to check from our theming kit. So here you can see it has already replaced or done the override for that icon. You can see now we have the plus circle. So let's go ahead and replace the second one, which is the chevron down, with the dash circle. So again, just like we did, we're going back to the search, and here you're going to search for that circle, or for that dash circle. So here I'm going to type dash circle. So we have the dash circle, and here we have it. So again, you have different ways of using this icon. We are only interested with HTML code for that SVG. So copy again on my notepad. So just like we did, I'm going to copy the dimension only for the first path, and then again I'm going to replace for the second icon, which is the chevron down. Paste, and then copy the second path, the entire path, and then again here paste. Remove the double quotes and replace that with a single quote. Single quote, and then save. So let's see the overrides on our theming kit, and there you have it. You can see it has replaced that. Now we have the dash circle for the active and the plus circle for the inactive icon. So I think we're done with that part. The only thing we can do is just add some, we can increase the font size of the icon. So again, you're going to copy the variables, or the variable for that icon. So here on the variables file, you can see we have that variable for that icon width. So I'm going to copy the accordion icon width. Copy to a custom. So I'm going to replace the default, which is 1.255 RAM, with 1.875 RAM. Save, check on the browser, and there you have it. You can see now it has increased the width of the icon, and that is exactly what we have on our layout. So I think we are done with that part. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to create the file structure for our project, and this is to make sure that we have a code that is well organized and maintainable. So I'm going to create all the SASS files for the sections and the components. So on the SCSS folder, I'm going to create the two folders. So the first folder, I'm going to keep all the SASS files for the sections, and the second folder, I'm going to keep all the SASS files for the components, things like buttons, mixins, and animations, and so much more. So let's start with the first folder, which is the sections folder. So inside the SCSS folder, we have the sections, and another folder also inside the SCSS folder, and this one we're going to keep all the SASS files for the components. So let's start by creating the SASS files for the components, and I am going to start with the first one, which is the button. So Apache underscore buttons.scss. So we're going to keep all the code for the buttons on that file, another file or another component file, and this one we're going to keep all the animations. So underscore animations.scss. Another file or another component file, and this one we're going to keep all the mixins. So underscore mixins.scss. Also another SASS file or another component file, and this one you're going to keep all the typography. So underscore typography .scss. So I think we are done with the components. Let's create the SASS files for the sections. So the first section is the Navbar, again underscore navbar.scss. So that is our first section of the layout. So let's see the second section, which is the intro section. So underscore intro section .scss. Let's see the third one. So the third one, we have this section for the trusted by companies like, so I'm going to call it companies. So we have underscore companies .scss. So we have the fourth section, which is the our services or the services section, underscore services .scss. So another section, which is the testimonials. So underscore testimonials.scss. Another section, which is the frequently asked questions. So again, underscore FAQ.scss. Another section, which is the latest work. I'm going to call it portfolio. Underscore portfolio.scss. Another section, which is the CTS section. I'm going to call it get started. So underscore get started dot SCSS. And finally, we have the last section, which is the footer. Underscore footer dot SCSS. So the next step now is to import these partials to our main SASS file, which is the style.scss. So here I'm going to start with the components, and I'm going to write a comment first, which is import the components. So we have the use at rule, and then the components folder, and then you're going to start with the animations and then close it, and then I'm going to duplicate 3 times. So we have the second component, which is the buttons, and then the third one, which is the make sense, and then we have the fourth one, which is the typography. So let's do the same for the sections. Comment first. So import the sections. So again, the use at rule, and then we have the sections folder. So we're going to start with the navbar, which is the first section of our layout. And then I'm going to close that and then duplicate 8 times to total to 9. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the second section, we're going to import the intro section. We have the third section, which is the companies. The fourth one, which is the services. We have the fifth section, which is the testimonials. Then we have the next section, which is so we have the frequently asked questions. And then the next section, which is the portfolio. The next one is the get started. And finally, we have the last one, which is the footer. So I'm going to save that file. So now this file is going to import all these partials with the code, and we are done with that part. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to start creating our project, and you're going to start with section 1 of our layout, which is the navbar. So on the navbar, we have a logo, which is also known as the nav brand, and then we have the menus, and here we have a button with a phone number. So let's get started and create something similar like what we have on the layout. So inside the project, I'm going to create a file called index.html. And then I'm going to add HTML starter code using emmet. So you're going to do a few things on this file. The first one is to make sure that you're using the correct viewport, and then you're going to add the title and then link it with that style sheet, and also add the JavaScript. So let's start with the viewport, and you're going to check it from the Bootstrap documentation. So here on the introduction, we have something we call the starter template. It says, be sure to have your pages set up with the latest design and development standards. That means using an HTML5 doc type and including a viewport meta tag for proper responsive behaviors. Put it all together and your pages should look like this. So here we're going to copy the viewport meta tag and then replace with what we have here on the file. So let's add the title, and I'm going to write Learning Bootstrap version 5 with SASS. Then we need also now to link the style sheet. So we have the link and then assets folder, CSS, and then style.css. Then from there, we're going to link the JavaScript. And here from the documentation, you have two options. The first option is by using the Bootstrap bundle, which has the popper. And the second option is by using them as separate files. That is the popper and the Bootstrap JavaScript. So here again, you have the option to either link them using the CDN or downloading the source files. I've already downloaded the source files and I have them in my project. So we have the assets and then we have this folder called JS. So I'm going to link that file using the Bootstrap bundle.js. So below the end of the body, I'm going to add the script. So we have the source. So we have the assets folder. And then the JS, and then I'm going to link it with the Bootstrap bundle.js. So I'm going to save the file. So the starter template is ready. We can go ahead and create the navbar. So I'm going to start with a comment. So we have the start, the navbar section. So to save time, I'm going to copy the code from the Bootstrap documentation. So here I'm going to go to components, and then down here we have the navbar. So here I'm going to scroll down till I find the version that I want. So I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste. So you can see now here we have a class called container fluid. So in the Bootstrap version 5, a container must be within the navbar. And you have the option to either use the container fluid class or the container class. So I'm going to use the container class. So I'm going to save that, and then you're going to see this page on our browser. So I'm going to go live, and here we have the navbar. So we need to change the color. So I'm going to change from BG light to BG primary. So there you have it. So before we style the navbar, we need to do a few things on it. The first one is to add the logo, and then push these menus to the right, and then make sure that the menus reflect what we have here on the layout. So here we are going to start by pushing the menus to the right, and here I'm going to add a class called justify content end. So I'm going to add that class where we have the collapse class. So we have that class, and then you're going to add the logo on the nav brand. So you're going to use an image, and here I'm going to create a folder called images. So you're going to keep that logo inside that folder. So we have the images and then the name of that logo, which is logo.png. And then we have the alt, which is the logo image. So let's create that folder. So inside the project, we have the images. Then inside my project folder, I'm going to copy that logo to my project or to that folder. So I'm going to drag inside my project folder. And then I'm going also to drag it to that folder. So we can see the results so far on the browser. And there you have it. You can see the logo, and then the menus have been pushed to the right. So we need to make sure that they reflect what we have on the layout. So we have the home, services, testimonials, frequently asked question, portfolio, contact, and then the button. So we have the second menu, which is the services. We have the third one, testimonials. So I'm going to duplicate the third one 3 times. So we have the frequently asked question, we have portfolio, and then we have contacts, and then we have that button. So I'm going to remove this one, the disabled link. So here, before we do that, we're going to add the button at the end. So we have the button. The type of the button is button. And then we have the class for that button. So for now, we're going to use rounded pill to give it that rounded shape. We're going to add our own class. And then here we're going to add the telephone number. So we have the +1 and then 028365413. Save. Let's see the results so far. So there you have it. Now we can start styling. So here we're going to do the styling on the SASS file for this section, which is the navbar.sss. So I'm going to open that file, and then here I'm going to create a new class which we're going to add to the navbar. I'm going to call this class menu. So on the menu, we're going to create a gradient background. So if you check here from the layout, you can see we have a gradient, and these are 2 colors. We have the primary on the left, that is our primary color, and then on the right we have that secondary color or the secondary variable. So let's create that gradient. So we have the background, and then I'm going to use linear gradient. So here we need to specify the direction of the color. So we're going to say to right, and then we're going to use RGBA. So we have our first color, which is the primary, with an opacity of 0.95. Then we need the second color, again RGBA, which is our secondary color, with an opacity of 0.95. I'm going to save the file, make sure a script is running, and then add this class to the navbar. So I'm going to remove the BG primary and replace with that menu class. So I'm going to save. Let's see the results on the browser. So what you're getting is an error for undefined variable. And that is because the SASS cannot be able to get the modules with the variables. So to use mixins or variables of these modules, we have to call them using namespaces. And by default, the namespace is the file name without the extension. So here on the navbar, we need to call that module, which is the custom.scss file. So this is the module which has all the variables, mixins, and the bootstrap. So here we have the use @rule, and then we need to go back to directories. So we have the 2 dots, and then we have the custom. So here we need to use the namespace, and you have 2 options. You can either use it as custom or just plain C. So we're going to use it as custom, and then close that, and then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So still you are getting an error. So to fix that, we need to remove the namespace. So here we're not going to use it with a namespace. So we're going to use it as a star. So the star tells us to remove the namespaces. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now it is working. So let's continue styling. So we need to add the color and do some padding on the menu items or the nav items. So here we're going to nest it. So we have the li. We're going to do some padding. So for the top and bottom, you're going to put 0, and then left and right 0.7 rem. Save. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now we have some padding on the nav items. So let's change the color to white. So we have the links. So we have the color. So here we need to put white, and then some text transform to capitalize, and then some font weight. We're going to have 600. So save. Let's see. So you can see the menus are bold, but the colors has not changed. So here we're going to fix that with the important. So we have the important on the color. So I'm going to save, and there you have it. So let's create a mixin for this gradient because you're going to reuse it so many times. So I'm going to open that component, which is the mixin.sss file. So here you're going to copy this gradient. So first let's create that mixin. So we have the gradient mixin. So that is a comment. So we have the art mixin, and the name of that mixin we're going to call it gradient. So let's copy that background gradient. So I'm going to cut, and then here we're going to include it, and then the name of that mixin is gradient. So let's copy that gradient to the mixin. So I'm going to save the two files. So our gradient should remain intact, or our navbar. So here we're getting an error for undefined mixin. So here on the mixin we need to include that module. So just like we did with the navbar, we need to include that module, which is the custom.sss file. So it should be at the top. So we're going to paste and then save. Let's see. So still you're getting an error for undefined mixin this time. So we need to also include that module on the navbar. So the mixin component. So again we have the use at rule, and then we have the components and then the mixins. So again use it as star, close, save, check on the browser, and there you have it. So with that mixins, now we can be able to reuse it everywhere we want to use that gradient. So the next step now is to work on the button, and we need to create something similar like what we have here on the layout. So we're going to do that on the SASS file for that component, which is the buttons.sss. So here I'm going to create a new class which is going to style that button, and I'm going to call it btn rounded. So I'm going to start by setting the position to relative, and then some padding. For the top and bottom, you're going to set that to 0.9375 rem, and then left and right 1.25 rem. Then some font weight, I'm going to set that to 500, and then margin, I'm going to set that to 0. I'm going to save, then add that class to the button. So we have the rounded pill and then btn rounded. So save. Let's see from the browser, and there you have it. So we need to remove this dark border and replace that with a white border, and then add this rounded circle which has this icon. So here we're going to put that icon inside a span. So I'm going to create a span, and then on the buttons we are going to nest it the way we've done. So we have the span inside the btn rounded span. So here I'm going to start by setting the position to absolute, and then background color of that rounded circle, which is going to be primary. Then we need to set the width and the height of that rounded circle. So we're going to use 2.5 rem. We can change that if it's too large or too small. And then also for the height, 2.5 rem. So then from there we're going to add the module. The way we've done here on the Navbar, we need to include this module. So I'm going to copy. So remember here we have used this variable. So we need to add it there and then save. Let's see from the browser. So you can see now we have a span, but that is not the position that we want it. We want it inside the button. So let's first change the border and then give it that position. So for the border, we are going to set the border so width 0.1 rem, solid, and then the color we're going to use RGBA, which you're going to set that to white with an opacity of 0.6. Then we need to position this span. So this one should be closed with a semicolon. So for the top, set that to 50%, right 5px. Then we need to translate y, that is transform translate y minus 50%. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So you can see now at least we have it on the position that you want, but we need to make sure that it's rounded and then do some padding on the BTN rounded. So for the span, you're going to set the border radius to 50%. And then on the button, so this one should be 2.5 rem. So you're going to set the padding for individual side. So for the top, you're going to leave it that to 0.9375, and then left 4.375 rem, and then for the bottom 0.9375 rem, the same with the top. And then the other one, you're going to leave it at 1.25 rem. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. That is our button. So now from there, we're going to add the font icon. And here we're going to use the font awesome icons. So on the HTML, we're going to add that icon inside the span. So we have the icon and then the class font awesome solid. And then the name of that icon is font alt. So here you're going to compile the font awesome SASS file so that you can be able to link that style sheet on the head section. So inside the SSS folder, I'm going to create that SASS file. So I'm going to call it fontawesome.sss. So here you're going to import 4 files. So we have the first one. So we have the user tool, and then the node modules, font awesome, and then SSS. So you're going to start with the brands, that is the font awesome for the brands, and then close, duplicate 3 times. So the second one we're going to import the regular, and then we have the third one, which is the font awesome.sss, and then finally we have the solid. So I'm going to save, and then here you can see it has already compiled our font awesome.css. So we need to link that style sheet to the head section. So you have the link, and then assets, CSS, and then font awesome.css. So from there now we're going to copy the web fonts to our assets folder. And the web fonts can be found inside the node modules. So we're going to copy them from the font awesome folder. So here we have that folder, so I'm going to copy it to the assets folder. So paste. So now we'll be able to see our icon. So I'm going to the browser, and here you can see now we have that icon. So the next step now is to style that icon. So inside the buttons, we're going to nest it inside the span, just like we have done on the HTML. So we have the icon. So the color should be white. So we have the white variable. And then also we need to position it at the center. So here we're going just to define or specify the font size, or set the font size to 1 rem, and then also the line height. So we have the line height, which you're going to set that to 2.5 rem. So let's see, save, and there you have it. So you can see now it is at the center of that circle, and that is the position that we want it. So let's add the background color for this button to white. So on the BTN round, we are going to add that background color. So we have white. Save, let's see, and there you have it. So the next one now is to make sure that we create the hover effect, as you can see here from the layout. So once you hover, you'll see that gradient. So let's work on that. So here on the BTN round, we are going to create that hover. So we have the hover. So the background color. So here we're going to use the mixin. So we have to include it. So include gradient. Save, let's see. So we're getting an error for undefined mixin. So you need to include that module inside this file. So just like we did with the Navbar, I'm going to copy that module, copy, paste, and now you can see we have that hover with that gradient. So you need to change the color once you hover the button, and also this rounded circle. So on the hover, we need to set the color to white. So we have color, which is white. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So now you can see once you hover the button, the color turns to white. So now let's work on this circle. So we need a dark circle once you hover the button. So the span should be inside the hover. So we have the span, and then the background color. So here you're going to use RGBA, and you're going to use a dark color. So we have the black with an opacity of 0.6. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So if you hover now, you can see our circle turns to dark color, and that is exactly what we need. So if you check from the layout now, you can see the only thing we need to do is bolden the text. You can see our ones is a bit light, so we need to add to increase the font size, the font weight. So on the BTN round, we need to increase the font weight to around 600. Or let me have 700. Save. Let's see. And there you have it. So I think we are done with that part. So the next step now is to make sure that our Navbar is fully responsive across a variety of screen devices. And to do that, I'm going to right click and inspect element. So this is how our Navbar looks like on Moto G4, and this is a device with a screen width of 360. So if we click here on the Navbar toggler, you can be able to reveal the menu. So first, let's change the color of this Navbar toggler to a light color. So here we have the class, which you're going to change from Navbar light to Navbar dark. So save, let's see. And there you have it. You can see now it has changed to that light color. So something else is we can even hide the button on small devices, and that is targeting devices with a screen width of 600 and below or 575 and below. So to do that, we can either write the media query on the button where we have that btn rounded. So Bootstrap has some of the mixins that you can use to create media queries. So here we can include that mixin at the top and only hide that button on small devices with a screen width of 600 and below. So we have the include that mixin. So the mixin is media breakpoint down. If you're targeting small devices, then you can write down. If you're targeting large devices, then you can say up. So down, and then the device we want to target is a small device, so you need to use the initials, which is SM, and then here we need to write what you want to do. So the properties, we're going to set the display to none. So display none. So I'm going to save. Let's say from the browser. So now if you click on the Navbar toggler, you can't be able to see the button on small devices with a screen device or screen width of 600 and below. So to confirm that, we need to open our compiled CSS, that is the style.css. I'm going to open to the side and see that media query. So here I'm going to search for that class, which is btn rounded. So down here you can see that media query, it has already compiled. So media query max width 575.98 px, and you can see the display is set to none. So you can see here any device with a max width of 575, the display should be set to none, so it will not be able to display that button. So let me show you if you're targeting a large devices. So here we can change the media breakpoint to media breakpoint up. So save. Let's see the media query, and here you can see the media query has changed to minimum width of 576. So if you check again from the browser now, our button can be able to be seen on small devices, but on large devices, for example, let's go to a large device like an iPad Pro, and you can see now we can be able to see the button. So it depends on what you want to target. So again, here we need to change that to down because we only want the button to be displayed on large devices only. So here we're targeting a small device to display none. So I think we are now, our Navbar is fully responsive and everything is working perfectly fine. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to create section 2 of our layout, which is the intro section. So here you're going to start by creating this intro heading. And then on the right, you're going to create this illustration and this animated button and also this wavy background. So let's get started. So on the HTML, let's create that section. So here I'm going to start with a comment, which is start the intro section. So here we have that section with an ID of home and a class of intro section, which will have a container and a row, and I'm going to create the two columns, so I'm going to group them. We have call MD6 and another one called intros. So here I'm going to say times 2 to create the two columns, so I'm going to hit tab to create them at once. So here I'm going to start with the content for the first column, and then you're going to style it later. So from the layout, we have this display or heading, and then you have description and then the button. So for the heading, you're going to use h1 with a class of display2. Display2 is a Bootstrap heading class. And then you're going to start that heading. So you're going to use the span with a class of display2, and then you're going to modify that with intro. So let me copy the text for the heading or the display, copy, and then paste. And then I'm going to duplicate and then change that modifier to description. So let me copy the text, paste. So let's create the button. So here I'm going to copy from the navbar, copy, paste, and then change the content and the icon. So the content is get in touch. And then the name of that icon is arrow right. So this is how our content looks like on the browser. So we need to do some styling on that heading and the description. So on the typography, I'm going to open that SASS file. So here we're going to use the block element modifier to style the heading and the description. So we have that class called the display2. And here we're going to set the margin bottom to 1 rem. And then text transform, I'm going to set that to capitalize. Then you're going to modify the intro. So you have that symbol or the ampersand, and then the 2 and then intro. So you're going to set the display to inline block. And then font weight, I'm going to set that to 700. So let's do the same also for the description. We have that and then the 2 dashes and then description. So if you noticed here on the intro, I didn't specify the font size. So I wanted to use the display2 font size that is available in Bootstrap. So for the description, we're going to set the font size to 1 rem. So we have the font size 1 rem. And then here I'm going to set also the display to block. So I'm going to save, and then we need also to include the modules. So I'm going to copy them from the buttons. So I'm going to copy the first one, paste, and then save. So if you check now from the browser, this is how our content looks like. So we need to style the intro section. So inside the SASS file for that section, which is the intro section, we're going to set the background. So first we need to include the 2 modules. So we have the custom module and the mixin. So I'm going to copy the 2. And then paste. So we have that class intro section. So here we need that gradient. So we are going to include that mixin. So we have include. The name of that mixin is gradient. Then we need to do some padding. So I'm going to use the shorthand and then only specify the top padding, which is 10 rem. For the rest, I'm going to set that to 0, 0, 0. And then also we need to set the width and the height. So for the width, 100%. Height also 100%. So I want the content or the height to scale with the content. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. So we need to separate the navbar and the intro section. So here we're going to put the shadow. So we need some shadow on the navbar. So on the HTML, Where we have the navbar, I'm going to include that class, or to add that class called shadow, and another class called fixed top. Save, let's see. So that is how it looks like now. So we need to change the colors for the heading and the description. So on the typography, we're going to set the two colors. So we have the color. So we're going to use white. Save, let's see. So here we need to include, or to add, the margin top on the description. So we have margin top. So I'm going to set that to 1.2 rem. So save, let's see. So instead of using these colors here, so you're going to set them on the HTML. So I'm going to remove and then set them on the HTML. So here on the row, I'm going to add a line item center. And then also add that class text white. And then I'm going to save, let's see. So it's still in. So the next step now is to create the font style of this heading. If you check from the layout, you can see the font style is a bit different. So here we're going to use a font called Poppins, which you're going to get it from Google Fonts. So you can go to fonts.google.com, and here you're going to search for that font called Poppins. So I'm going to type Poppins, and there it is. I'm going to click on that link. So here you need to select the styles that you want to use. And I'm not going to use the italics, so I'm going to select and start with the first one, which is the regular 400. So I'm going to select it. So once you select them, they'll be displayed on this viewer. And then you need to select the second one, which is the medium 500. I'm going to select that style. We have semi-bold 600, select. We have the bold 700. I'm going to select that style. We have the extra bold 800, select. And finally, I'm going to select the black 900. So the next step now is to copy the code and paste it on the head section of our layout. So I'm going to copy, and then on the HTML where we have the head section, so paste. And then from there, let's go back to the Google Fonts, and then we need to copy the rules. So I'm going to copy that rule, CSS rules, to specify families. And then on the typography, we're going to paste it where we want to use that font family. So we are going to paste on the display 2 and then on the intro. And then I'm going to save the two files. Check on the browser. And there you have it. So let's increase the font size of the description and also set the text transform to none on the description. So here we need to increase the font size to 1.5 and then set the text transform to none. I'm going to save, let's see. And there you have it. So for the text, for the description, we need to add a class for line height. So here I'm going to add that class. So we have LH base. I'm going to use LH base or LH large. So let's see how the large looks like. So I'm going to save, check on the browser. So line height large is a bit large, so let's use line height base. So I'm going to save. So I think line height base is a bit better. So I think we are done with that part. So the next step now is to create the second column. From the layout here, you can see we have this illustration and this animated play button. And once you click the animated button, a video will pop up from YouTube or any other source that you choose. So let's work on that. So I will start by copying this illustration to my project. And here I have that illustration. It's a PNG. So I'm going to copy to my project. So inside the images folder, I'm going to create another folder called art. So this is where I'm going to keep all the illustrations. And then paste. So you can also get this illustration on this website called manypixels.co/gallery. So here you can search for that illustration. You can also filter by categories, types, and also change the color. So first let's change the color. So here I'm going to use one of the variables, color. And I'm going to use the purple light. So I'm going to copy the hex value. Copy. And then here we need to change that value. Paste. So before you search, first make sure that you change the color. And then here we're going to search for that illustration and just type coding. So if you type that, you'll be able to see that illustration, and there it is. So I'm going to click it so that I can be able to download. You can either download it as a SVG or a PNG. So either way will work. So once you do that, then we can create that column or that content. So inside the HTML, so first you're going to start with the comment. So we have this second column, and I'm going to start the content for the video. And then also for the first column, start the content for the intro. So here you're going to create a class called VideoBox, which is going to keep everything. So we have VideoBox. And then we have that image. So we have the images folder. And then arts. And then intro section illustration.png. And then we have the video illustration. So we need also to add that class for responsive images. So it's called image fluid. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now you have that illustration. So let's push it to the right or to the end. So here we're going to add a class called, on the intros where you have that column, you're going to add the text end class to push it to the end. I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. Now you can see it's on the edge or the end. So next, let's add the play button. So you're going to add the play button after the illustration. And it will be inside a link. So we have the link. And then also inside a span. So we have the icon, and here we're going to use font awesome icons. So we have the icon and then the class font awesome solid. And then the name of that icon is play circle. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So you can see this small icon here. So we're going to style it. So inside the intro section, we are going to do the styling on that file, and you're going to nest it the way we've done here on the HTML. So we have the container for the content, which is the intros, and then we have the video box inside the intros. We have the link inside the video box, and then we have the span inside the link and the icon inside the span. So that's how we're going to do the nesting. So on the intro section, we're going to create that class. So we have the intros as the container for all the content, and then we have the video box inside the intros, and then we have the link inside the video box, and then we have the span inside the link, and then we have the icon inside the span. So for the video box, we are going to set the position to relative. And then on the link, you're going to set the position to absolute. And then here you're going to set the font size on the icon. And I'm going to use 6 rem. You can change that later if it's too small or too large. And then the color, I'm going to use a dark color, but you're going to change it later. So here you're going to use black. So I'm going to save. Let's see the results so far on the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have that icon, and that is not the position that you want to be. So we need it at the center of the column or at the illustration. So here we can use the Bootstrap utilities for positioning that icon. And in earlier version of Bootstrap, we only had position static, position relative, position absolute, position fixed, position sticky. In the new version now you can arrange your elements using these properties, like the top. For the vertical top position, we have the start for the horizontal left position in left to right. We have the bottom for the vertical bottom position. We have the end for the horizontal right position in left to right. You can also use these other values for the 0, for 0 edge position, 50 for the 50% edge position, 100 for 100% edge position. So you can see we have those properties here, or the classes. You can also center your elements using these new classes. We have the translate middle, and then you also have this applies to transformation, translate X for the minus 50% and translate Y for the minus 50% to the element, which in combination with the edge positioning utilities allows you to absolute center an element. So you're going to be using some of these classes to position that icon. But for now, we need to write our own. And here we're going to write it or create a mixin, which are going to reuse this code. So inside the mixins.sss, you're going to create that mixin. So here I'm going to start with the comment, which is absolute center. So we have the at mixin, and I'm going to call it absolute center. So here we're going to set the position to absolute. And then top 50, 50%, left also 50%, transform, translate, we have minus 50% and then minus 50%. I'm going to save, and then you're going to include this mixin on the link. So I'm going to include that mixin, absolute center. So we have it here, close, and then I'm going to save. So let's see from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have our icon at the center of that column. So if you check from the layout, you can see now that is the position that our icon should be. So let's change the color to reflect what we have on the layout. So here we're going to use secondary. Save, sorry, we have the secondary, save, and there you have it. You can see now we have that icon at the position that you want it. So this mixin, you can reuse it every time that you want to position something at the center, that is position absolute. So now let's use the Bootstrap position utilities to position the icon. So we're going to do it on the HTML. So here on the link, you're going to add the class, and you're going to start with position absolute, that is the class. And then top 50, and then start 50. And then we need center to center the element or the icon, and you're going to use translate middle. So we have it here. I'm going to save, and then where we have that position absolute, you're going to remove it or just comment it. So I'm going to save. So let's see from the browser. And as you can see, our icon is still intact at the position that it was previously. So next up, we are going to create the background wave. So from the layout here, you can see we have this background wave at the bottom of that section. So you're going to do this from the help of this website called getwaves.io. So here we're going to make sure that we generate something close or something similar like what we have here on the layout. So you can use these two buttons to change the direction of the wave. We have the one facing at the top and the one facing at the bottom. Here you can change the color, and here you can play around with this button to generate random waves till you find the one that you want to use. So we're going to change the direction facing the up, and then I'm going to play around with this button till I find the one close or similar to the one we have used here on the layout. So I'm going to use this one. I'm going to click to get the code. So copy SVG code. And then on the HTML at the bottom of that section, I'm going to paste. And then I'm going to change this color from blue to white. So hex value for white is FFF or 6F. And then I'm going to save, check on the browser. And there you have it. Now we have that background wave. So the next step now is to animate this icon. From the layout, you can see the play button is animated. So let's work on that. So on the intro section, you're going to create a class called border animation. So here you're going to set the position to absolute. Absolute. And then you're going to set the width and the height, and you're going to use the same size we used on the font, on that icon, sorry, which is 6 rem. So we have the width, we have 6 rem, same with height, 6 rem. Then we need the border. We're going to start with the width, which I'm going to set to 0.55 rem. Solid. Color, I'm going to use white. So I'm going to save, and then you're going to add this class to the HTML where we want that border to be. So I'm going to create a span with a class of border animation class. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So you can see this border. So let me change the color to be able to see it properly. So I'm going to change from white to black. Save. Let's see. So you can see this border. So we need to change the color. Sorry, we need to make it round. So we need to change the border radius or set the border radius to 50%. So we have border radius 50%. Save, let's see. And there you have it. So the next thing now is to position it to where we have this icon, because it must be in that position, same position with the icon, so that it can be able to animate. Position that, you're going to set the top position to 0 and also the left position to 0. So we have left 0. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. Now it is at the position where we have that icon. So next, I'm going to create an animation which is going to animate that border. So inside the animations.css, we are going to create an animation called pulse. So I'm going to start with a comment which is pulse border. So here we have the keyframes, and I'm going to call it pulse border. So from 0%, we are going to scale it from 1. So we have transform, and then scale it 1, scale it 1, and then to 100%, you're going to scale it to 1.5. So we have scale 1.5. Then you're going to add this animation to our animation border class. So animation name, we have that pulse border. It's going to last for 1 second. Linear infinite. So we have linear infinite. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So you can see now our animation is already working. So we are going to create 2 animations. So here on the HTML, we're going to duplicate. And then here we're going to modify that animation. So we have the first border, minus border 1. So here you're going to set the 2 borders with different animation delay. So we have animation delay for the first border, which is going to last for 1 second. And then for the second border, minus border 2. Animation delay. So you have this animation delay, 1.2 seconds. So even this one should be animation delay, not animation. Animation delay. So I'm going to save. Then on the HTML, we need to nest it the way I've done. So here we're going to add, for the first one, we have border animation minus border 1. So I'm going to copy that to the second border. So this one should be border 2. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So we can't be able to see the border. So what you're going to do here on the animation, you're going to set the opacity for the first from 0. We're going to set the opacity to 1, and then on the 100%, you're going to set opacity to 0. So you have opacity 1. So I'm going to copy, and then this one will be 0 to 100%. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you can see we have the 2 borders. So we need to change the delay, animation delay. So here on the intro section, we need to change from 1.2 to 1.5. And then also this one should last for 1.5. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now the two borders. So let's change the color to white on the border. Save. Let's see. And now as you can see, that is our animation. So if you check from the layout, you can see we have achieved the same results. And I think we are done with that part. So the next thing now is to create the video pop-up. You can see from the layout, once you click this animated play button, a video will pop up from YouTube or any other source that you choose. It can even be a self-hosted video. So to create that, we're going to use a free JavaScript lightbox called glightbox from Beatty Digital. So you can go to GitHub and search for this Beatty Digital or just glightbox. Alternatively, you can also go to npm.js and search for that package called glightbox. So here you see it says glightbox is a pure JavaScript lightbox. It can display images, iframes, inline content, and videos with optional autoplay for YouTube, Vimeo, and even self-hosted videos. So you can see it has some good features. It's fast and responsive. That means it can work with any screen size. We have the gallery support. You can create multiple galleries. We have video support for YouTube, Vimeo, and self-hosted videos with autoplay. We have support for inline content, iframe support, keyboard navigation, touch navigation, zoomable images, API. That means you can control the lightbox with the provided methods. And also it's dimmable. That means you can create your skin or modify the animation with some minor CSS changes. Then on the usage, we have different ways of using this lightbox. You can install it using npm, and you can also manually download the source files and then link the JavaScript in your HTML. So I'm going to go with the second option, that is to download the source files, and then I'm going to link the JavaScript and the style sheet in my HTML. I have downloaded the source files, so I'm just going to copy the source files to my project. So here we have this folder called glightbox master, and this is the folder which has all the source files. So inside that folder, we have another folder called dist, and this is the folder which has the files that you're going to use. So if you open that file, you'll see we have the CSS folder, which has the style sheet, and we have the two versions. And then also we have the JS folder, which has the JavaScript, and again we have the two versions. So I'm just going to copy the two folders to my project. So copy. And then inside my project, so I'm going to keep them inside the assets folder. And then inside the assets folder, I'm going to create another folder. And I'm going to call it vendors. So here I'm going to keep all the source files for vendors. So we have vendors. Then inside that folder, I'm going to paste. So then from there, now we're going to link the two files to on the HTML. So let's start with the JavaScript, and we're going to link it at the bottom. So here we have the script, and then we have the source. So we have the assets folder, and then vendors, and then JS. So you can use any of the two options. I'm going to use the minified version. And then we need also to link the style sheet on the head section. So we have link, and then we have the assets folder, vendor, and then CSS. And again, I'm going to use the minified version. Then from there, we're going to set the lightbox options for the video. You can see here we have the lightbox options, and we have the options for the image, and you can see the type is an image. And then we have the options for the video, and you can see the type is a video. So here we have the link, which is an option. You need to set the link, and then we have the type, whether it's an image or video, and then the source. Here you need to specify the source, either from YouTube, Vimeo, or self-hosted video. And then we have the width. You can also set the autoplay videos to true. First, you need to declare using the const keyword. So I'm going to copy that declaration. And then at the bottom, we need to create another script immediately below the glightbox JavaScript. So we have the script, and the type is text JavaScript. And then I'm going to paste. So here you need to remove the touch navigation, loop, and the autoplay videos. And then you're going to replace that with the options that we have for the video. So I'm going to copy just to save time. And then we need to replace the link for the video. So here I'm going to copy from one of my videos I have on YouTube. So you have two options. You can either copy the URL of the video or just click on this link that says share. Then you can copy the link. So I'm going to replace that and then paste. And then from there we need to add the gLightbox class where we have that animated play button. So we have gLightbox. So you need to add that class, and then I'm going to save. So let's see from the browser. So now if you click the animated play button, you'll be able to see the pop-up from YouTube. So you can see now we have that pop-up from YouTube. So here, remember, you can also set the autoplay videos to true. So you need to add that option. So we have autoplay videos. We have true. And then I'm going to save. Let's see again. So now if you click again, you'll be able to see the autoplay videos working. And there you have it. So in this video, we're going to build a motif. And the good thing about that Lightbox, you can see it's fully responsive. And this one is a screen device with a screen window of 360, and you can see it's fully responsive. So I'm going to switch to another device, like a medium device. And again, you can see our Lightbox, or the pop-up, is fully responsive. So with that, we are done with that part. So the next thing now is to make sure that our section is fully responsive across variety of screen devices. And to do that, I'm going to right click and inspect elements. So before we write any media query or do anything, we're going to see how our sections look like on various devices. So this one is Moto G4. It's a device with a screen window of 360, and the content is not bad. So here we can decrease the font size a bit for the description. So let's see from another device like Pixel 2. Here the content is not that bad. What about iPhone X? Not good. iPad? Not good. So what about Surface Duo? Not bad. iPhone 6, 7, 8 Plus, I think not bad. But here we can decrease the font size of the description a bit. So to make this work, we are going to, on the typography where we have the description, we're going to decrease the font size for small devices. That is any device with the screen window of 600 and below. We're going to set the font size or decrease the font size. So here, we are going to focus first on mobile devices. So we're going to set the font size to 1 rem. And then here I'm going to write a media query which is going to target large devices. So we have that mixin, so include media breakpoint, up. So from large, so you have to use those initials LG for large devices. And then here you're going to set the font size to 1.5 rem. Also, we're going to set the display to inline block. So here the display we're going to set that to inline block. So I'm going to save and look at the content again. So now you can see on this device, which is an iPhone 6 Plus, the description is a bit small, and that is what I wanted. So let's see from another device like Moto G4, still the same. So what about an iPad? As you can see, the section is good on that device. So let's see from an iPad Pro, and there you can see now the font size of that description is a bit big. So it can even decrease to 1.4 em. So let me decrease to 1.4. Save, let's see. Yeah, now you can see the content is not bad. Perfect. So let me go back to Moto G4. Perfect. Pixel 2. Perfect. Surface Duo. Perfect. iPhone 5 SE. I think we need to target. I think it's not bad. So with that, I think our section is fully responsive, and we can move on. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to create section 3 of our layout, which is the companies. So let's get started and create something similar like what we have here on the layout. So on the HTML, we're going to start that section. So I'm going to start with a comment, start the companies. So here we have that section with a class with an ID of companies and a class of companies. It will have a container, and a row, so here we're going to start with that heading. We have trusted by companies like, so I'm going to copy so here we have h4 with a class of font weight bold and a class of lead and some margin. So I'm going to use MB3, margin bottom 3, and then the text tab, and there you have it. So I'm going to save. So let's see from the browser results so far. So this is our text, so we need it at the center, so I'm going to add on the row text center class. So we have the text center. Save, let's see, and there you have it. You can see we have our text at the center. Next, I'm going to add the heading line. From the layout here, you can see we have a line below the heading or the display, and actually these are two lines. So we have the first line, which is content before, and the second line, which is content after. So let's work on that. So on typography, I'm going to add that class. First, I'm going to start with a comment, which is heading line. The class, I'm going to call it heading line. So this one is for the first line. So we have content before, and then we have the content, and then I'm going to set the width for the first line to 10 rem, and then the height, I'm going to set that to 0.1 rem. Then I'm going to set the display to block, then some background color, I'm going to use primary, and then I'm going to duplicate this class for the content after. So duplicate, and then here we need after. So this one is for the second line, or the line below the first line. So I'm going to save, and then you're going to add that class below the heading. And then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So we have the lines. Let me add some margin so that you can be able to see it properly. So we have margin bottom 5. Save. Let's see. So now you can see we have our first line. So because they are having the same width, so I'm going to change for the second, which I'm going to set to 2 rem. And then for the width height, I'm going to set that to 0.2. Save. Let's see. And now you can see we have the line, the first one and the second one. So here we need to set some margin. So for the second line, I'm going to set some padding at the top. So we have padding top. I'm going to use 0.5 rem. And then I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you can see we have the 2 lines. The second one has a higher height than the first one. So we need them at the center. So here we're going to add. So I'm going to select the 2 and then add the margin. That is set the margin to 0 auto for horizontal centering. And then I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. Now you can see we have our line at the center. So for the second line, I'm going to add some margin at the bottom, margin bottom to 1 rem. Save. Let's see. So, and there you have it. Next, I'm going to add the images or these logos to my project. So we have the 6 logos. So here I have a folder called companies. You can see the logos are named company 1 all the way to company 6. So I'm going to copy the entire folder to my project. So copy. So I'm going to copy them inside the images folder. So on the HTML, we're going to create that content, and I'm going to create another container. So here we're going to start with a comment, which is start the companies content. So we have a container class, which will have a row. And then I'm going to create the 6 columns, which will have the logos. So here I'm going to group them. So I'm going to use call MD4. And then another class or another container for the logos. I'm going to call it companies. Then I'm going to use block element modifier to style that logos. So we have the companies and then underscore logo box. Then we need the images. So we have the image, and then the source of the images. We have the images folder, and then the companies folder, which have the logos. So if you check here again from the folder, you'll see the logos are named company 1 all the way to company 6, and they are in PNG. So here we have to write that company minus $sign to assign each value, and then .png. Then we need an alt, which will be company $sign logo. Then we need the title. So the title will be company again, $sign logo. Then we need a class called image fluid for responsive images. So we have image fluid. So here I'm going to say times 6 to generate the 6 columns with the content at once. hit tab, and there you have it. You can see now we have the 6 columns with the content. So let me arrange them properly here, and then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So now we have our logos. The next step now is to style them. So inside the companies.scss file, that is the SASS file for that section. So I'm going to open that, and you're going to start by styling this class called companies, because this is the container for all the content on that section. So we have the class companies. So here I'm going to start by setting the padding. Sorry, not padding top, but padding. You're going to use the shorthand. For the top, 0, and then 0, and then for the bottom you're going to set that to 5 rem, and then 0 for the left. And then here we have the companies. Sorry, we have this class. Remember how we have nested them? We have the companies and then underscore underscore logo box. So that's how we're going to nest it. So we have my underscore underscore logo box, because the logo box is the parent container of all the logos, that is the images. You can see here we have the logo box and then the images. So here you're going to set the width. So we are going to use max width. We're going to set that to 100%. Then you're going to set the height. So here I'm going to use 3 rem. You can change that. Then you're going to style the image. So here you're going only to set the height so that it can scale to 3 rem. So I'm going to set the height to 100%. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have the images have scaled to the width of the column and the height of that, which is 3 rem. So let's continue styling here. So here I'm going to add some margin at the bottom. I'm going to use 2 rem, and then we need some padding. I'm going to use 0.5 rem. And then we have text align center. And then not forgetting, we need to set the position to relative. I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. Now you can see they have scaled. So we need to add some shadow on the columns. You can see from the layout here, we need some shadow. So on the HTML, I'm going to select all the classes, the logo box. And then I'm going to add the shadow small. So we have that class shadow small. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And now as you can see, we have the shadow. So the next step now is to make sure that our section is fully responsive across variety of screen devices. So I'm going to right click and inspect element. So you can see this one is Moto G4, a screen width of 360, and the logos are scaling and fitting nicely in one column. So I'm going to check it from another device like an iPad. And you can see this is an iPad, a screen width of 768, and they're fitting nicely in 3 columns. So I'm going to check it from another device larger than that. So we have iPad Pro. And you can see also they are fitting nicely. But here we have so much space that they can fit in one line. So to fix that, I'm going to add another column to target large devices. So I'm going to select all the columns or the classes. And then I'm going to add that class or that column that is called LG2. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So now they are fitting in one line. So I'm going to change the screen width. And here you can see again they are fitting in nicely in one line. So I'm going to close the inspector. And now as you can see, we have the logos fitting nicely in one line as what we have here on the layout. So the next thing is to make sure that once you hover the logos, they turn to grayscale. So let's create that hover effect. So on the companies where we have the image, we have the hover. So you have the filter, property, and then grayscale. So I'm going to set that to 120. Save, let's see. So now if you try to hover the logos, you see they're turning to grayscale. So I think we're done with that part. We can move on to the next step. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to create section 4 of the layout, which is the services or our services. So let's get started and make sure that we create something similar like what we have here on the layout. So on the HTML, I'm going to start that section. First, I'm going to start with a comment, which is start section 4, the services. So we have the section with an ID of services and a class of our services, which will have the container and a row. So I'm going to hit tab. So here we're going to start with that heading. So we have our services and then this heading line. Copy. So this one is H1 with a class of display3 and a class of font weight bold. So I'm going to tab. I'm going to save. Then we need that heading line. So we have the class heading line and some margin at the bottom, so MB5. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So we have the heading, so we need it at the center. So here we're going to add the text center class. So we have the text center. I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. So next we are going to create the font style of this heading. So we are going to do the same way we did with display 2 on the introduction. So we're going to add that font family called Poppins. So on typography, we are going to create that display 3. So first is a comment, which is display 3. And then you have that class display 3. So here I'm going to copy the font family from display 2. So copy, and then here we're going to paste, save. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now the heading is using that font family called Poppins. Next, we are going to create the 2 columns which have the 2 description and a border at the center. So let's work on that. So here I'm going to create another container for that content. So I'm going to start with a comment, which is start the description content. So you have a container class which will have a row, and a row will have some padding at the top. So I'm going to use padding top 2, and some padding at the bottom. So we have padding bottom 2, and then some margin at the top 5, and then some margin at the bottom, so MB3. And then we need the 2 columns, so I'm going to group them. So I'm going to use call MD6, and then I'm going to say ×2 to create the two at once. Hit tab. So I'm going to start with the description for the first column. So here we have a class called BG white and some padding. So I'm going to use P3. Tab, and then H2 with a class of font weight bold and a class of text capitalize and a class of text center. So I'm going to copy the text from the layouts. Copy, paste. Then for the second column, the description for the second column, again we have BG white and a class of some padding. So we're going to use P4, and then a class of text start to align it at the left. Then you're going to create a paragraph with a class of font weight light and a class of text start, but you already have it on the BG white. So I'm going to hit tab, and then I'm going to copy that text from the layout. Paste. I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So there we have now our two description. So the next thing now is to add this border at the center of the two columns. So here I'm going to create a class called border right. So on the first column, I'm going to add that class, which you're going to style it. We have border right. And then inside the typography, we are going to style it. Let's start with a comment, which is border right, and then the class is border right. So we have that property border right, and I'm going to set the width to 0.1 rem solid, and I'm going to use gray 300. And then here I'm going to set the height to 100%. So we have the height 100%. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have that border at the center of the two description. Next, I'm going to create the three content for the services. So from the layout, here we have marketing, web development, and cloud hosting. So for each service, we have an icon, heading, text, button, and then an illustration. Same way with the second and the third one. So let's work on that. So here I'm going to start another container for that content. So first, you're going to start with a comment, which is start the content for the services. So here you're going to generate the three sections at once using Emmet. So you can see here from the layout, we have the two sections. We have the first section, which have the content, and then on the right, we have an illustration. Same way with the second and the third. So here we have a container. And then we have a row. So I'm going to group it. The row will have two columns each. So I'm going again to group them. So we have, for large devices, you're going to use call LG6. And then for medium devices, you're going to use call MD6. And then for small devices, you're going to use call small 12. And then for extra small, you're going to use call extra small 12. And then we need another container for all the content. So I'm going to call it services. Then we need margin at the top, so I'm going to use margin top 4. Then from there we need now the container for the content, that is the text. So we have, I'm going to call it services. Here we're going to use block element modifier __ content. So for the columns, I'm going to say ×2, so that we have 2 columns for each row. And then you're going to create the 3 rows or the 3 sections. So I'm going to say ×3. So that means for each row we'll have 2 columns each. So I'm going to hit tab, and then it's going to generate for us all the 3 sections. So you can see now we have the first row having the 2 columns, the second row having the 2 columns for web development, and then the third row or the third section having the 2 columns for cloud hosting. So I'm going to comment them so that we can know where they start. So we have start the marketing content. Tab. So we have the second one. So start the web development content. And then finally the third one, which is start the cloud hosting content. So I'm going to start with the content for marketing, and we have that content on the first column. So here I'm going to add the content, and then I'm going to style it later. So we have the icon, and then the heading, and then the text, and then this button, and then on the second column we have this illustration. So let's work on that. So here I'm going to create a class called icon, which is going to style that icon. And then you're going to add that icon. So we have the font awesome solid class, and then the name of that icon is paper plane. Tab. Then the second item is the heading. So we have h3 with a class of display 3. So here I'm going to use block element modifier to style it. So we have display 3 and then ---- title. Then I'm going to add some margin at the top. So we have margin top 1, tab, and then the heading is marketing. The other item is the text. So we are going to have a paragraph with a class of line height large. So here we're going to add some dummy text. So we have lorem 28. Then we have the button. So here we're going to copy the button from the intro section. So I'm going to scroll up and then copy the button. So we have, and then here I'm going to change the text to learn more. So I'm going to save. Let's see how it looks like on the browser so far. So this is our content. So here we're going to add the border primary to the button. So I'm going to add that class. So we have border primary. Save. Let's see. And there you have it. So now we can go ahead and copy this content to the rest of the 2 sections. So I'm going to copy the icon, the heading, the paragraph, and the button. So for the second column, which is web development, we have that content on the second column. So I'm going to paste it on the second column. And then for cloud hosting, we have that content on the first column. Paste. Then I'm going to change the heading to cloud hosting. And then also change the icon. So that icon is called cloud upload alt. And then we have web development. And also going to change the icon to code. So I'm going to save. So let's see from the browser, and this is how our content looks like. So we have marketing, that is the content for marketing, web development, and cloud hosting. Next, I'm going to add the illustrations, and I already have them. So I have a folder called services, which has the 3 illustrations in PNG. So I'm just going to copy the entire folder to my project. So inside the services, I'm going to paste. So now we can go ahead now and add the illustrations. So let's start with the marketing. So for the first row, we have the illustration on the second column. So here we have an image with a class of image fluid. And then we have an alt. We have marketing illustration. Tab. So we have the images folder, which is the source, and then the services, and then service1.png. That is for marketing. So I'm just going to copy this to web development. So we have the illustration on the first column. Paste, and then you're going to change the value to service2, and then change also the alt to web development. I'll do the same to the third one, which is cloud hosting. So we have it on the second column. Paste, change the value to service3, and also the alt, which is cloud hosting illustration. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. Now we have the 3 illustrations. So the next step now is to style the content. And you're going to do that on the SASS file for that section, which is the services.sss. So here I'm going to start with the container for all the content, which is the services class. And then we need to do some correction on the HTML. So at the beginning of that section, we created a class called our services. So let's rename that to just services. And then save. So on this container, we're going to start by setting the position to relative, and then some padding. I'm going to use the shorthand. Top and bottom, you're going to use 1 rem, and then for left and right, 0. And then you're going to nest it the way we've done on the HTML. So we have this class called services__content. And then we have the icon inside the content. So that's how we're going to nest it. So we have __content inside the services. So here again, we're going to set the padding for the content to 1 rem, all sides. Then some margin at the top. I'm going to use 1.5 rem. And then we need to style the icon. So we have that icon class inside the content. So for the font size, you're going to set that to 2.5 rem. You can change that later if it's too big or too small. And then the color, we have primary. So I'm going to save, and then we need to use the module at the top. So we have the use at rule, and then custom. So use it as star. Save. Let's see from the browser results so far. And there you have it. So we have our icon with a font size of 2.5. Next, we're going to style the heading. So if you check here from the layout, you can see the heading is as if it has 2 colors. So we have some purple at the left, and then on the right we have this pinkish color. So here we're going to use background clipping. So on typography, you're going to style it. the way we have done on the HTML again. So you can see we have display 3. So you're going to modify that display 3. So if you check again from the HTML here, just to show you where we have the heading, we have display 3 class and then minus title. So you're going to modify it the way we have done there. So we have minus title. So here we're going to start with the font size. I'm going to set that to 1.8 rem. Then text transform, we're going to set that to capitalize. And then font weight, I'm going to use 600. And then the font family, so we're going to copy what we have here. And then set the display to inline block. So we have that background clip. We're going to clip text. So before we set the background clip, we need the background color. So we have the background image. We're going to use linear gradient because we need the two colors. So the direction of the color is to right. And then we have the first color, primary. Second color, secondary. Then we need to clip the text. So here we're going to use a property called WebKit text fill color. So we have WebKit text fill color, and we're going to use transparent. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So here we need to set for the WebKit background clip. Let's check on the browser, and there you have it. You can see now it has clipped that background color. So here we need to set the display on the HTML to block so that they can be on separate lines. So on the HTML, where we have the icon, you're going to set the display to block. So I'm going to select the 3 icon classes, and then display block. Save, let's see, and there you have it. So something else on the HTML, we need to push the illustrations on the edge. So we're going to select the first one, which is marketing. So we have that illustration. We're going to add that class called text end, where we have the column. So we have the text end to push it to the edge. And then for the web development, you're going to also to do the same on the illustration, where we have that the column. So we have the text start, and then also for the cloud hosting, we have that illustration. So we're going to set that to text end. Save, let's see. So now you can see the illustration have been pushed to the start and the end. So something else is we need to do some correction on where we have the illustration. So on the HTML, let's start with the marketing. So where we have that class called services __ content, we need to change that to pic so that it represents the illustration. So let's do the same also for the second, that is web development. You're going to replace that with services __ pic for picture, and also the third one, which is the cloud hosting, I'm going to change that to pic. Then on the SASS file, we need to nest it that way, the way I've done. So we have __ pic So here you're going to set the max width to 100%. And then for the content, we need to change the margin top to 5 rem. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So that is how our content looks like. Much better now. Next, you're going to make sure that our section is fully responsive. So I'm going to right click and inspect elements. So this is how the section look like on Moto G4. That's a device with a screen window of 360. So you can see we have so much or big spaces between the content. So for the first one, which is the space between the heading and the first description, and this has to do with margin. So let's go to the HTML. So where we have the heading line, you're going to change the margin bottom from MB5 to MB1. And then save. Let's see. So you can see now the space has reduced a bit. Again, also here we have the margin top where we have the first description. Let's change the margin top to 0. Save. Let's see. So you can see now the space is much better. The next one is the space between the second description and marketing. So this is the content for the services. So let's see from the HTML. So again, here you can see we have so many containers. We have a container for the heading. We have another container for the two description and another container for the services. So let's remove the container where we have the description so that they can share the container with the heading. So let's remove this one and also this container. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So now the content is aligning nicely. So the next one is the space between, you can see here we have this space but still. So here we're going to write a media breakpoint, which is going to target large devices. So on the SASS file, where you have the content, we have margin top. So here I'm going to write a media breakpoint, which is going to target large devices. So we have that mixing, include media breakpoint up. So that is from large devices, large. So here I'm going to copy the margin top. So we're going to set that to 5 rem. And then the default, you're going to set that to 0. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So you can see that one has already fixed that. The next one is to work on the icon and the heading. Again, here you're going to write another media breakpoint where we have the icon and the font size on typography. So I'm going to copy this media breakpoint and use it where we have the icon. So here on large devices, you're going to set that to 2.5, and then the default, you're going to set that to 1.5. Again, on typography, let's go to typography where you have display 3. So let's copy that media breakpoint. Copy. So here we're going to set the font size to 1.5, 1.8, 1.8, and then for other devices, it's going to remain to 0 to 1 rem. And then I'm going to save. Let's see now. So you can see that has already fixed that. You can see the icon and the heading. They're a bit small now on small devices. So I'm going to change to another device larger than that. Let's see from an iPad. Also, you can see the font size of the heading and the icon are a bit small now. So you can even reduce the font size of the text. Yeah, let's do that. So on the services, inside the content, we have the paragraph, that is the P, font size. So the default, you're going to set that to 0.8 rem, and then you're going to write another media breakpoint. So here we are going to set that to 1 rem. 1 rem. That will target only the large devices. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So you can see now much better. I think we can increase the font size of the heading. So let's set that to 1.1 or 1.2. Save. Let's see. So I think now everything is much better. So let's change to another device, iPad Pro. That's a large device. So you can see the content is nicely fitting. Moto G4. Again, you can see the content is nicely fitting on that screen device. So that means our section is fully responsive. And we can move on to the next section. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to create section 5 of the layout, which is the testimonials. So here we are going to use Bootstrap component called carousel. So let's get started and create something similar like what you have here on the layout. So on the HTML, we're going to start that section. So first, we are going to write a comment, which is start section 5. The testimonials. So here we're going to start that section with an ID of testimonials and a class of testimonials. So which will have a container and a row tab. So here we're going to start with the heading. So we have this heading and then this line and then the subheading. So copy. So this one is H3 with a class of display3. Actually H1, sorry, with a class of display3. And then with a class of font weight bold. So we have the text tab. Then we have that line. So we have HR. So we're going to style it. So we have style width. We're going to set that to 100 px. And then we have the height, 3px. So, and then we have the class. So this one should be, we have the class MX Auto for horizontal centering. So I'm going to save. So let's see our text. So we have our text. We need to align it at the center. So on the row, we are going to add the text center class. Save. So now we have the text at the center. I'm going also to add the subtitle. So we have this subtitle below the heading that says what our clients are saying. So we have a paragraph with a class of lead and some padding at the top. So we're going to use padding top 1. And then we have that text, what our clients are saying. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you have that text. Next, I'm going to style this section. So on the SASS file for that section, I'm going to open that file, which is the testimonials.css. So here I'm going to start by using the two modules. So we have the use at rule, and then we have custom, use it as star. So I'm also going to include or to use the mixin. So we have the use, and then components, and then mixin.sss. Again, use it as star. So here we're going to add that class, which is Testimonials. So I'm going to start by setting the position to relative. Then we have padding. I'm going to set that to 0. And then we need that gradient color. So here we're going to include that mixin. So we have the include. The name of that mixin is gradient. So I'm going to save. Let's see how the section look like. So this is how the section look like. We need to change the color. So on the HTML, where we have the text, I'm going to add text white on the row. Then I'm going to save. Let's see. So much better now. Next, I'm going to add a background wave on this section. So from the layout, you can see we have a wave at the top of that section and another wave at the bottom of that section. That means we have two waves. So we're going to generate that from getwaves.io. And here we're going to make sure that we generate something close or something similar like what we have on the layout. So here we're going to start with the top wave. So I'm going to change the direction of the wave. And then I'm going to play around with this icon till I find the one close or similar to the one we're looking for. So there it is. I'm going to copy the code. Copy. And then at the top of that section, I'm going to paste. Then I'm going to change the hex value to white. Let's generate for the bottom section. So here I'm going to change the direction. And then I'm going to copy the code again. And then at the bottom of that section, paste. Then I'm going to change again the hex value to white. So we have the 3 Fs or 6 Fs. I'm going to save. Let's see. And now as you can see, that is our section with the two waves. Next, I'm going to create the carousel. So on the HTML, I'm going to create another row for that content. So I'm going to start with a comment. Start the carousel content. So here I'm going to start a new row with a class of align item center. So to save time, I'm going to copy an example code from the Bootstrap documentation. So you can go to getbootstrap.com. So this one is a Bootstrap component. So you can check on the components and then carousel. So here I'm going to scroll down till I find the one that you're going to use. So I'm going to copy the code for this one with captions. So I'm going to copy this code. And then I'm going to paste. So next thing I'm going to do is just remove the two carousel items and then be left with only one. So I'm going to remove the second one and the third one. And then I'm going also to remove the captions. And also the indicators. So I'm going also to remove the indicators. Also, I'm going to remove the image and this class for carousel caption. So I'm going to remove also that one. So now let's go ahead and add our own carousel content. So if you check from the layout here, we have this container with the white background, and that is the container for the text, the two icons for the quotes, and the stars. Then we have this client picture, and then the client name and the role. So that's how we're going to nest it. And here we're going to use the block element modifier to nest it that way. So first I'm going to list them, the 3 containers. So we have testimonials _ card. So this is the container which will have the text, the stars, and the 2 icons for the quotes. Then I'm going to comment them so that we know where they start. So we have testimonial card, and then here we're going to start again a comment. We have the client picture, so again we need a container for that, which is testimonials _ picture. And then we need the client name and role. So again, testimonials _ name. So inside the card, you're going to start with the text. So we have a paragraph with a class of line height large. Then we need that icon, that is the left quote. So we have the icon, and then the font or some solid class, and then the name of that icon is quote left. Then some dummy text. So we have lorem 21. And then we need the right quote. So I'm just going to copy the first one, and then this one is right. Then we need the stars. So we have a class called ratings. So we have the icon, and then the font or some solid class, and then the name of that icon is star. So here I'm going to duplicate 4 more times. 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I'm going to add the picture, and first I'm going to copy the pictures to my project. I already have them. So here I have a folder called testimonials. You can see we have client 1 to client 5. They are in JPEG. So I'm going to copy the entire folder to my project. So inside the images, I'm going to paste. So now we can add the pictures. So here I have an image with a class of image fluid for responsive image, and then alt. So I'm going to write client $$ each value picture, and then hit tab. So we have the source, which is images, and then testimonials. We have client1.jpg. So I'm going to save. Then we need to add the client name. So here I'm going to use h3. So let's see from the layout. So I'm going to start with Clabel Zawadi. So that is the first client. Just copy. Actually, we need to make sure that the client name matches the name. So client 1 is a male, so that one should not be that. So I'm going to change the name. So let me see again. So we have the name. So I'm going to copy that, paste. Then the client role. So here I'm going to use the paragraph with a class of lead. So what is the role? CEO and founder. CEO and founder. So actually this class should be font weight light. So I'm going to save. We can see how it looks like on the browser. So this is how the content looks like. So we're going to style it. So let's make sure that we add to the rest of the client items. That is the testimonial or carousel item. So here I'm going to comment. We have carousel item 1. Then I'm going to duplicate carousel item 1 for the second client. So duplicate for the second client, and then I'm going to change the comment to carousel item 2, and then change the client name. So we have client 2, and also the alt. So you're going also to change the name. So you can see from the layout we have Joy Marete, Finance Manager. And then the role of that client is Finance Manager. I'm going to duplicate carousel item 2 for the third client. So duplicate, and then this one is carousel item 3. So we have client name 3, client 3 for the alt, and then for the name. So I'm going to paste that name, and then the role is Global Brand Manager. So I'm going to duplicate carousel item 3 for the fourth client. Duplicate, and then this one is carousel item 4. We have client 4, alt, client 4, and then the name. So paste. So that is CEO and founder. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So we have the carousel items. So the buttons can't work until we change the active class. So the only carousel item we need to be active is the first one. So you can see here we have a carousel item active. So we need to change the rest. So remove the active class for the second, third, and the fourth one. So save. So now if you click the controls, you'll see they are working. So the next step now is to style this section. So on testimonials.sss, you're going to style it the way we have nested on the HTML. So we're going to start with the first one, which is the card. So we have the __ card, and then we have __ picture, and then we have __ name. So for the card, we are going to set the background color to white. So actually I'm going to use RGB. So we have the white color with an opacity of 0.8. Then we need some padding. So I'm going to set the padding to 2 rem. That is for the top and bottom. and then 1.25 for the left and right. Then we need the border radius. So I'm going to set that to 0.625 rem. And then some height, you're going to set that to auto. So we need to align text at the center. So we have text align, center. So I'm going to save. Let's see how it looks like so far. So that's how it's looked like. That is the container for the text and the two quotes and the stars. Also inside the card, we are going to style the two icons for the quotes and the star ratings. So here we have the icon, and here I'm going to start with the font size of that icon. So here I'm going to use 1.5 rem, and then the color. So I'm going to use RGBA. So we have primary with an opacity of 0.7. Then we also need to style the star ratings, or the rating stars. So we have that class inside the card also. And then the icon is inside the ratings. So we have the icon, and here we're going to set the color and the font size. So for the color, you're going to copy what you have used here on the icons for the quotes, and then set the font size. You're going to use 1 rem. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So there you have it. You can see now they have changed the color. Next, let's style the picture. And here on the picture, I'm going to start by setting the width and the height. So we have width. I'm going to set that to 6 rem. We can change that if it's too small or too large. Also the same with height, 6 rem. And then we need to set the position to absolute. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So now that is the size of the picture. So we need to make it circle or rounded. So on the HTML, we're going to add that rounded circle class on the image or the picture. So I'm going to select the 4 classes, and then I'm going to add rounded circle. I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you can see our pictures are rounded. The next thing now is to position these pictures at the center of this white container. So back on the testimonials where we have that picture. So here we're going to set left. We're going to use 50%. Then we have transform, translate. We have minus 50%, minus 50%. And then I'm going to save. Let's see. And now as you can see, that is the position that you want it. So the next thing is to add the border, the rounded border. So here we have the image, and then we have the border. So width, I'm going to use 0.325 rem solid. And then color, we're going to use RGBA. We have primary with an opacity of 0.7. I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now our picture has that border. Next, you're going to style the name. So we have the name here. So I'm going to start with the padding top to give it some space. So we have padding top. I'm going to use 4M. We need some margin at the bottom. So we have margin bottom. I'm going to use 1 rem. We need to align text at the center, so we have text align center. Then we need some font weight. So here I'm going to use 500. And then the color of the text, white. So then you can see we're going to nest it the way we've done on the HTML. So we have H3. So here we can just set the padding top to 0.8 rem. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. I think 4M is it's too big. So let me change that to 3. Save. So 3 is better. So the next thing now is to style the role. So before we go to the role, we need to add the text transform. So we need to set that to capitalize. And then we need now to style the role. So we have a paragraph, some padding at the bottom, padding bottom. You're going to set that to 2 rem. Then text transform, you're going to set to capitalize. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. That is our role. So the only thing I'm going to do is put some padding on the stars. So on the HTML where we have the stars, I'm going to select all the classes for ratings, the 4 of them at once, and then I'm going to add padding 1. Save. Let's see. So much better now. Next, I'm going to customize the controls. From the layout, you can see we have the controls at the bottom. So you're going to customize and replace the defaults which are on the sides. You can see we have these 2 controls on the sides. So let's work on that. So at the bottom here, you're going to remove the span for the 2. And then you're going to replace this class carousel control. For the previous, you're going to use the BTN classes. So here we have BTN outline, outline light, and then we need that icon, that is the font awesome icon. So we have the class font awesome solid, and then the name of that icon is long arrow alt right. So we have it here. So this one is left, and then I'm going to copy this class to the next button or to the next class. Paste, and then you need to change that to right. Then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So now you can see we have the controls, but we need them at the center. So let's also work on that. So here I'm going to put them inside a container called text center. So I'm going to select all of them, the 2, and then add text center class. So we have text center. And then paste them inside that container or that class. And then I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you can see we have the controls at the center. And you can see once you click, they are moving to the next client or carousel item. So the next step now is to make sure that our section is fully responsive. So I'm going to right click and inspect elements. So first we're going to see how it looks like on various devices. You can see this one is Moto G4. Again, screen width 360. And you can see the content is fitting nicely on that screen device. So let's see from another device like Pixel 2. Again, you can see our content is fitting nicely. Let's see from an iPad. Again, you can see the content is fitting nicely. So even without writing the media breakpoints, you can see our section is fully responsive. So I'm going to look from another device like iPhone 6, 7, 8 Plus. And as you can see, our section is fully responsive. So with that, we can move on to the next section. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to create section 6 of the layout, which is the frequently asked questions. So here we're going to use Bootstrap component called accordion. So once you click on the question, then the accordion collapses and reveals the item. So let's get started and create something similar like what we have here on the layout. So on the HTML, we are going to start that section. First is a comment. We have start section 6, the frequently asked questions. So I'm going to start the section with an ID of frequently asked questions, FAQ, and a class of FAQ. We need a container and also a row tab. So here you're going to start with the heading and then the heading line and then the subheading. So here we have h1 with a class of display3 and a class of font weight bold. So we have FAQ, and here we also need to add another class which is text capitalize or text uppercase. You can see up we have that class text uppercase, and also on the row we need to add the text center class. After the heading we have that heading line, so we have that class heading line, and then the subheading, which is a paragraph with a class of lead. So I'm going to copy and then paste, and then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have that heading. Next, I'm going to add the accordion content. So on the HTML, I'm going to create a new row for that content. So we have the comment, which is accordion content. So I'm going to start a new row and some margin at the top. So I'm going to use margin top 5. And then here you need to specify the column size that you want to use. So that one will reflect on the size of the accordion that you're going to have. So for now we can use colMD 12. So that one will go full width. So to save time, I'm going to copy the example code from the Bootstrap documentation. So you can go to getbootstrap.com, and then under the components, you'll find accordion. So here there are two examples that you can copy. We have the first one, and then you have the second one called the accordion flash. So this one removes the default background color, some borders, and some rounded corners to render accordions edge to edge with the parent container. So I'm going to copy the example for the first one. So I'm going to copy the entire code and then paste. And there you have it. So here, because we have 4 accordion items, you can see from the layout, you can see we have 4. So we need to duplicate one, which is the third. So we have from here, I'm going to duplicate for the 4th accordion item. So once you duplicate, you must change some things like the ID attributes. You can see here collapse 3, you need to change that to 4. Also, you need to change the area labeled by, so you need to change that to 4. Also, this one is 3, is 4. Then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And that is our content. So once you click, then the accordion collapses and reveals the item. So we have accordion 2, accordion item 2, we have accordion item 3, and finally accordion item 4. So let's comment this accordion item so that you can know where they start. Let's start with the first one. So we have accordion item 1. So I'm going to comment that. Accordion item 1. That is a comment. So I'm going to copy that comment for the rest of the accordion items. We have the second one. We have the third one. And finally we have the fourth. So now we are ready to customize the accordion. So here we're going to customize a few things. If you check from the layout here, we're going to add some space between the accordion items so that we can separate the accordion items, and then you're going to add shadow, and then you're going to add some padding between the questions, and then also we need to change the question to reflect what we have here on the layout. So let's work on that. So first I'm going to select all the accordion items so that we can add the two classes. So we are going to add shadow, and then you're going to separate or add some space between the accordion items by using margin bottom. So we have margin bottom 3. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now we have some space between the accordion items and then that shadow. So the next one is to make sure that the questions reflect what we have here on the layout. So we have the first question. So I'm going to copy. So I have changed the question. I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So now you can see the questions reflect what we have there on the layout. So the next one is to add some padding between the questions. So here we have accordion padding X and accordion padding Y. So to do that, you're going to override some of the Bootstrap defaults. So you're going to go to the variables file, which can be found inside the node modules, and that is the Bootstrap variables file. And then Bootstrap SASS, and then down here we have that file variables.sss. So here on the variables where we have the accordion, we're going to copy the two variables, that is accordion padding Y, and you can see the default is 1 rem, and accordion padding X, and the default is 1.2 rem. So I'm going to copy the two variables, and then inside the custom, so where we have the accordion overrides, I'm going to add that variables, and then I'm going to remove the two defaults or the default flag. So here you're going to override accordion padding Y to 1.5, and also accordion padding X, we're going also to override that to 1.5. So both are going to use 1.5 rem. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now we have that padding, and that is what we have here on the layout. So you can see the space is the same. Next is to make sure that our section is fully responsive. So I'm going to right click and inspect element. So this is how the section look like on a screen window of 360. That's Moto G4, and you can see the content is fitting nicely. So I'm going to change to another screen device like iPad. Again, you can see our content is fitting nicely on that screen device. So let's change to another one like iPhone 6, 7, 8 Plus. Again, you can see our content is fitting nicely. So even without creating or writing any media breakpoint, our section is fully responsive. So we can move on to the next section. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to create section 7 of the layout, which is the portfolio. So here we're going to showcase some of the latest projects that our FreeCodeCamp company has created. So here we have some buttons, and then once you hover the project, you'll see they reveal the project name and the category of that project. So let's get started and create something similar like what you have here on the layout. So on the HTML, I'm going to start that section, and I'm going to start with a comment as always. So we have start section 7, the portfolio. So let's start that section with an ID of portfolio and a class of portfolio. We need a container and a row, tab. So here we're going to start with the heading. We have the latest work, and then heading line, and then subheading. So we have h1 with a class of display 3 and a class of font weight bold. So latest work. So here I'm going also to add another class, which is text capitalize. And then the heading line below the heading. So we have heading line. Then the subheading, we have the paragraph with the class of lead. Some dummy text, so lorem 12. Save, let's see. So we have our text now. So let's put it on the center, at the center. So here on the row, I'm going to add text center class. Save, let's see. So there you have it, but now we need some space between the previous section and the heading. So on the row here, I'm going to add some margin at the top. So we have margin top 5. Save, let's see. So now you can see we have some space between the previous section and that heading. Next, I'm going to add the filter buttons. So we have these buttons for filtering the categories. So let's add the buttons. So here I'm going to add another row for that content. So we have filter buttons. So a new row with a class of text center, and then a column. So we are going to use column D12. So here we have button with a class of btn, and then btn outline primary, and the type of the button is button. So we have type, which is button. So we have all, and then I'm going to duplicate for the categories. So the second category is websites. The next one is design, and then we have mockup. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And now you can see we have the buttons. So what you're going to do is add some margin at the top so that you can have some space between the heading, the subheading, and the buttons. So here we have the row. We are going to add margin top 3, and then save. Let's see. So I think we need to increase the margin. So here I'm going to use margin top 5, and then margin bottom 4, and then some gutter So we're going to use gutter 3 and then save. So now you can see we have some enough space. Next, I'm going to add the content for the portfolio items. From the layout here, we have the 9 columns which make up the 9 portfolio items. First, I'm going to copy the portfolio images or the pictures to my project. So here I have a folder called portfolio. It has all the pictures for the portfolio. They are named portfolio 1 all the way to portfolio 9, and they are in JPEG. So I'm going to copy the entire folder to my project. So inside the images, paste. So now we have the pictures in our project. Now we can go ahead and add the portfolio items or that content. So here we're going to create a new row for that content. So I'm going to start with a comment, which is start the portfolio content or portfolio items. So here I'm going to create a new row, and here I'm going to use Emmet to help us generate the 9 portfolio items at once. So after the row, we need the columns, and here I'm going to group them, and I'm going to create 2 breakpoints. So for large devices, I'm going to use call LG4. And then for medium devices, I'm going to use call MD6. Then we need the container for all the portfolio items. So I'm going to call it portfolio box. And then we need shadow. So I'm going to add that shadow class. And then we need the picture or the image. So here I'm going to group the picture. So we have the image and then the source of the images. So we have a folder called images and then portfolio where we have the pictures. So here we need the name of the files. So we have portfolio minus $.jpg. So the dollar sign will assign each value so that we can have portfolio 1 to portfolio 9, and they are in JPEG format. Then we need the alt. So we have portfolio $image, and then also we need the title. So we have title. So we have portfolio $picture. Then we need the class for responsive image. So we're going to use image fluid. That one is a Bootstrap Bootstrap class for responsive images. So we have image fluid. Then from there we need the container for the caption. So I'm going to call it portfolio info. And then we need the caption. So we're going to create another class. So we have div and then caption. Then from there we need the caption. So we're going to use h4. So we have h4 and the text will be project name goes here and then $. And also the category project, we have the P, and then the text will be category project. So at the end here, I'm going to say times 9, and it's going to generate for us all the 9 portfolio items with the content. So here you can specify the number of columns or the portfolio items that you want it to generate. So we have 9, so I'm going to say times 9, hit tab. And here you can see now it has generated for us all the content, including the pictures, and it has assigned also the values. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have the 9 portfolio items. Next, I'm going to style the content, and we have a SASS file for that section, which is portfolio.sss. So I'm going to open that file. And here the first thing I'm going to do is to use the module. So we have the use and then custom. That is the first module you're going to use because of the variables. So use it as a star. And then you're also going to use the mixin. So we have components and then mixin. So again, use it as star and then close. So here I'm going to start by styling the class called portfolio. So this is the class we have on the section. If you check from the HTML, we have that class here on the section. So here I'm going to set the padding, and I'm going to set 4em for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Then we're going also to style the text on the buttons. So we need to set the text transform to capitalize. So we have the button. So text transform, capitalize. I'm going to save, let's see. So now we have the text set to capitalize, and you can see now they are capitalized. So the next thing is to style the portfolio box, and that one is a standalone container. So we have portfolio box. So here I'm going to start with the position. I'm going to set that to relative. Then we're going to set the width to 100%. So the width is going to scale to the width of the columns. So remember here on the HTML we have the two columns. We have col LG4 and col MD6. So those are two different breakpoints. And then also the height, we're going to set that to 18.5 rem. We can change that later if it's too big or too small. So that means all our portfolio items will have an equal height. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So now you can see we have equal height on all portfolio items. So the next thing is to style the images or the pictures to scale to the height of the portfolio box. So here we're going to style it inside the portfolio box. We have the image, and here I'm going to set the width and the height to 100%. 100% and also height. So the height of the image is going to scale to the height of the parent container, which is the portfolio box, and we have set that to 18.5 rem. So we have 100%. Save, let's see. So now you can see the pictures have scaled to the height of the parent container. So the next thing is to hide some of the caption. You can see they're overflowing. So here you're going to use a property called overflow, and you're going to set that to hidden. Save, let's see. And there you have it. You can see now they are hidden. Let's also add some margin at the bottom so that we can separate the portfolio items. So here we're going to set the margin bottom to 1.2 rem. Save, let's see. And there you have it. You can see now we have some margin at the bottom to separate the portfolio items. Next, I'm going to style the captions and also add the border at the top. So if you check here from the layout, you can see we have a border at the top, and the caption is only visible once you hover the portfolio item. So let's work on that. So here we're going again to nest it the way we have done on the HTML. So we have the portfolio info inside the portfolio box. So we have that class. So this is the class or the container which has that background color. So we have here we're going to set that background color. So we have RGBA. So we have our primary with an opacity of 0.75. And then I'm going to set the width and the height to 100%. So we have width 100% and also height. Also here I'm going to set the position to absolute. And then we have the caption inside the portfolio info. So we have that class. So here I'm going to set the text align to center. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So nothing to show. So here we're going to set the top to 0. So you need to set that top 0. And then I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you can see we have the caption and that background. So the next thing is to position the caption at the center of the portfolio item. So on the caption, you're going to include that mixin. So we have include, which is going to position it at the center, and we have that mixin called absolute center. I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you can see we have the caption at the center. So let's change the color. So we have white. Close, save. Let's see. And there you have it. So let's change or set the text transform to uppercase so that we can make sure that the caption are in uppercase like what we have here on the layout. So let's set that. So inside the caption we have that H4. So text transform, we are going to set that to uppercase. And then I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. Next, we need to hide the captions and only make them visible once you hover the portfolio item. So here we have the container for the caption, which is portfolio info. So here we need to set the opacity to 0 and also visibility to hidden. So we have opacity 0 and then visibility. I'm going to set that to hidden. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you can see the captions have been hidden. So we need the caption to be visible once you hover the portfolio item. So down here, we are going to create that hover. So we have the hover effect. And then you're going to call this class portfolio. And then you're going to set the opacity to 1 and visibility to visible. So opacity 1 and visibility visible. I'm going to save. Let's see. So now if you hover the portfolio item, you can see the captions are visible. The next thing is to add the border top. At the top, we need a border at the top, like what we have here on the layout. So you can see you have that border at the top. So let's also set that. So we need it at the portfolio box. So border top. I'm going to use 0.5 frame for the width. Solid. And then the color we're going to use purple light. So we have that color on the custom SASS file. Purple light. I'm going to save. Let's see. So you can see now we have that border at the top. So something else I'm going to do is to create a transition which you're going to apply on the hover effect. So you can see once you hover the portfolio item, that hover is so dry. So let's create a transition which you're going to apply so that we can have that smooth hover effect on the portfolio items. So here we're going to create a mixin which you're going to reuse where we need to use that transition. So I'm going to open that mixin, and then down here we are going to create that mixin. So I'm going to start with a comment which is transition property. So we have the mixin, at mixin, and the name of that mixin, I'm going to call it transition property. So here you're going to use transition duration. So we have that property, and here I'm going to set to 1000 milliseconds. Another property you need is the transition property. So we have transition property. So here I'm going to set to all, and then I'm going to save. Then you're going to include this mixin where we have that hover effect or any other place that you want to use that transition. So we have the portfolio, and then here I'm going to include that mixin. So we have include, and then transition property. So I'm going to save. Let's save from the browser. So now you can see once I hover the portfolio item, you can see we have that smooth hover effect or that smooth transition. So something else before we finish this part is I'm going to set where we have the portfolio info. So we have top 0 and left 0. So I'm going to set also that to 0. And then where we have that caption, the heading, I'm going to set the display to block. So I'm going to save. So now if you hover the portfolio item, you can see we have that smooth hover effect. So before I finish up on the portfolio, I'm going to do a few changes on the height of the images because you're going to have some issues on the height of the images on smaller devices. So I'm going to right click, and then I'm going to click on inspect elements. So especially on medium devices, you can see this one is a medium device, and you can see the height is not scaling nicely. So I'm going to rotate the width or the screen. And here you'll see, just like I said, you're going to have some issues with the height of the images. They are not scaling nicely on different devices. So to make that work, we're going to use maximum width on the height where we have the portfolio box. So instead of having height, we're going to set that using the max height. So I'm going to set that max height, which is going to scale to 18.5 rem. And then on the image, I'm going to remove the height. So I'm going just to comment it, and then I'm going to save. Let's see whether it will fix that. So save, let's see. So now, just like I said, you can see now the images are scaling nicely. That is the height of the images. So we don't have issues now with the height of the images on medium devices. So I'm going to close the inspector, and then I'm going to resize the browser window. So you can see now we don't have the issues with the height of the images. They are scaling nicely. So something else is we need to add where we have the image that is on hover, we need to scale the images a bit. So where we have that hover pseudo class, we're going to scale the images. So we have transform, and then scale, and then I'm going to scale that to 1.5. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So close that. Before we save, and then save. So now if you hover the images, you can see they are scaling a bit. So I'm going to enlarge the browser window. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to create section 8 of the layout, which is the get started, also known as CTA or call to action section. So here you're going to start with the heading, and then you're going to create the 2 equal columns, with the left column having the CTA info, and then the right or the second column having the form. So let's get started and create something similar like what you have on the layout. So on the HTML, I'm going to start that section. So I'm going to start with a comment as always. So we have start section 8, get started. So we have that section with an ID of contact and a class of get started. We need a container and a row. Tab. So here we're going to start with the heading. So we have h1 with a class of display3 and a class of font weight bold and a class of text capitalize. So we have that text, get started. Then on the row here, we need to add the text center class. So text center. So after the heading, we need the heading line. So we have that class, heading line. And then the subheading. So we have p with a class of line height large. And then some dummy text. We have lorem 12. And then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser so far. So now we have that text. Next, I'm going to style this section. And here we're going to set some padding and some background color. So you can see here from the layout, we're going to use this gray color. So let's work on that. So we have a SASS file for that section, which is getstarted.sss. So I'm going to open that file. And here the first thing I'm going to do is to use the modules. So we have the custom module and the mixin module. So we have the use and then custom. So again, use it as star. Also, we need the mixin. So we have again use components mixin, use as star. So I'm going to style the class we have on the section, which is the get started. So we have this class. So here I'm going to set some padding, top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 4M, and then left and right 0. Then the background color, we're going to use one of the gray colors. So here I'm going to use gray 200. Then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So there you have it. Next, I'm going to create the 2 columns. From the layout here, we have the 2 columns. We have the left column with this gradient background, which will have the CTA info. And then we have the right column with this white background, which will have the form. So let's work on that. So on the HTML, I'm going to create a new row for that content. First, let's start with a comment, which is start the CTA info or the CTA content. So I'm going to start a new row, which will have the 2 columns. So we have a row with a class of text white. And then we have the 2 columns. So I'm going to group them. I'm going to start with call 12 and another column which I'm going to use call LG6. Then here at the end I'm going to say times 2. Hit tab. So on the first column we're going to have that gradient background, and then on the second column we're going to have that white background. So on the first column I'm going to add a class called gradient, which you're going to create in a moment. So gradient, and then also shadow and some padding. So I'm going to use padding 3. And then on the second column we are going to have white background, so we have BG white, and then some shadow and also padding 3. Then I'm going to create that gradient, and we already have that mixin. So I'm going to go to that file mixin.sss. So you're going to copy this gradient and then create it as a class. So I'm going to copy, and then on typography you're going to create it on that file. So here we have a comment which is gradient BG, and then we have that class gradient, and then paste. So I'm going to save. Let's see how it looks like on the browser. So now you can see the two columns. We have the left, which has this gradient, and then the right, which has this white background. Next, now we are going to add the content. So inside the HTML, on the first column we are going to create a class called CTA info. So this one will be the container for all the content that we're going to put on the first column. So we have CTA info, and then we're going to set the width to 100%. So we have W100. So here we're going to start with the content for left column. So we have this 100% satisfaction guarantee. So I'm going to copy that text, and here I'm going to start H4 with a class of display4 and a class of font weight bold, and then paste that text. The next text we are going to add is the paragraph. So we have this dummy text. So we have paragraph with a class of line height large, and then some dummy text. So we have lorem 21, and then after the paragraph we have this subheading and then the list. So here I'm going to have h3 with a class of display3, and I'm going to modify that with brief. So we're going to style it later, and then the text, and then from there we need the list. So we have ul, that is an ordered list with a class of CTA info __ list, and then we have the list items. So we have the li, and then some dummy text lorem ipsum, and then here I'm going to say times 3. Hit tab, and now we have the text. So I'm going to save. Let's see how it looks on the browser. So now we have the content. So here we need to make sure that they reflect what we have here on the layout. So I'm going to copy the content. So we have the first list item, paste. So I've copied all the text or the list items. So I'm going to save and check on the browser. So now we have that text. The next step now is to style this content. So on the SASS file, that is the getstarted.sss, we are going to create that container, that is the CTA info. CTA info. So remember, this is the container for all the content on the left column. So we have that CTA info. So here I'm going to set the padding to 3 rem, all sides. And then I'm also going to set the margin 1 rem, top and bottom, and then 0 left and right. From there I'm going to style the list. So we have __ list. So here I'm going to start by setting the position to relative. Then I'm going to set the list style type to none. And then display, we're going to set that to block. So I'm going to save, let's see, from the browser. So that is how the content looks like now. Next, I'm going to style the list items. From the layout here, you can see the list item are using this check icon. And here we're going to use the Unicode for this check icon. So on the SASS file, you're going to nest it the way you have done on the HTML. So we have the list item inside the class list. So we have the li and then content before, because the check icon must come before the list items. So here you're going to start with the font family, and you're going to use the font Awesome 5 free. So we have the double quotes and then font Awesome 5 free. Then the content, and just like I said, you're going to get the Unicode from Font Awesome documentation. So we have that cheat sheet, that is the Font Awesome cheat sheet. So here you're going to search for that icon. So I'm just going to type check, and then it's going to list for us all the versions of the check icon. And you can see here we have that icon and then the Unicode. So the Unicode of that icon is F00C. So I'm going to copy that. Then on the content, we are going to add the double quotes and then the backslash and then the Unicode, like that. Then we need to set the font weight, and here you must set any value from 600 and above. So I'm going to use 600. Then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser how it looks like. And there you have it. Now you can see we have the check icon on the list items. The next step now is to add some padding and some space between the icon and the list items. So here I'm going to set margin right. So I'm going to use 0.5 rem. And then also set the font size. So I'm going to use 1.2 rem. And then on the list, that is the list class, I'm going to set padding top. I'm going to use 0.5 rem. And then padding left, I'm going to use 0.5 also. And then some margin at the bottom, I'm going to use 0.7 rem. So I'm going to save, let's see. And there you have it. Now you can see we have some enough space between the content. Next, I'm going to add the content for the second column. So from the layout here, we have this heading that says start your project and then the form. So let's work on that. So here, just like we did with the first column, I'm going to create a container for that content. So I'm going to call this container form. And then we're going to set the width to 100%. So we have W 100 and then some padding at the bottom. So we have padding bottom 2. So we're going to start with that heading. And here we are going to use the same heading that we used on the services. So just to show you where we have that heading on the services, you can see we have this heading with the background clip. So these are two colors. So we're going to use the same heading on that part. So I'm going to have h4 with a class of display3, and you're going to modify that with title. And then some margin at the bottom. So we have margin bottom 5. So we have that text, which is start your project. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So now you can see we have that heading. Next, let's add the form. So before I add the form, I must mention that in the new version, that is Bootstrap version 5, they dropped the use of the form group class. So here we're going to use one of the utility classes to wrap up our form or the input fields. So we have the form and then the action. We're going to have that for now. And then we have the class row. So we have, so here we're going to use margin bottom 3. So you must have that class, so MB3. And then the input. This one is for the first name. And we have the type of the input, which is text. And then we need the placeholder. So the placeholder is first name. And then you also need the ID, input, first name. And then we need the class form control. So I'm going to hit tab. So here I'm going to duplicate for the last name. And then I'm going to change the placeholder to last name. And also the inputs. And then I'm going also to duplicate again for the email. So this one, the input type is an email. Placeholder email. Address. So we have the ID, input email. And then I'm going to duplicate for the message. So the type is, actually this is not an input, it's a text area. So I'm going to remove that and then add text area. So the name, message, ID, message, and then you're going to add the class. So I'm going to copy this form control and then add it on the text area. And here we just only need rows 8. So I'm going to set from 10 to 8. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser how it looks like. So this is our form. So we need to add some shadow and then make sure that our input field are large, like what we have here on the layout. So I'm going to select the class for the 4 of them. And then I'm going to add shadow. And then we need also to add another class. So I'm going to select and add form control large. So this one is form control. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So now you can see our form. So we need to add the placeholder where we have the message. So I'm going to copy. Save, let's see. And there you have it. The next one, let's add the button. Text center. So we have that class. And then you're also going to set the display to grid. So we have D grid. And then some margin at the top. So we have margin top 1. And then now we need that button. So we have button. And the type of the button is button. And then the class, we have btn primary, and then rounded pill, and then we have padding top 3 and also padding bottom 3. So we have pb3, so that we can have some space between the content. So I'm going to hit tab, and then here we're going to add submit. So let's see, save, and there you have it. Now you can see we have that button. Next you're going to add you can see we have an icon, so you're going to add that icon. So that one should come after the text. So we have the icon, and then the class font awesome solid, and then the name of that icon is paper plane. Save, let's see, and there you have it. Next I'm going to style this content. So on the get started, so here I'm going to start with a comment. So we have the form content. So we have that class form, and here I'm going to set the padding. So I'm going to set padding to 3 rem. So remember here on the CTA info we set that to 3 rem also. So I'm going to set that to 3 rem, and then you're going to style the button. So you have the button inside the form. So here I'm going to set the border to none. And then we have the color. I'm going to use white. And then we're going to style any link. We're going to start with the color, which I'm going to set that to white. And then text decoration, we're going to set that to none also. And then text transform, I'm going to set that to capitalize. So I'm going to save, let's see. And there you have it. You can see now we have our content. Next, let's make sure that our form looks similar like what we have on the layout. And that is to have the first name and the last name in one row. So here I'm going to create 2 equal columns, which is going to split the 2 and also make our form fully responsive. So let's work on that. So remember here we have a class called row. That means any column that you put inside the row will be displayed using flex. So for the first name and the last name, I'm going to select the 2 classes, and then here I'm going to add a column which is going to split the 2 on large devices only. And then on any other device, then they are going to go to full width. So I'm going to use call LG6. And then for the email address and the message, I'm going to use call LG12. That means they'll go full width regardless of the screen width. So we have call LG12. Save. So let's see. So here you can see already we have the first name and the last name being split into 2. And this one will only happen on large devices only. So I'm going to right click and inspect element. So you can see this one is a device with a screen window of 360, and you can see already the first name and the last name are going full width. So it's only on large devices where we're going to have the first name and the last name split into 2. So I'm going to change to another device, and this one will be a medium device like an iPad. And this is a screen window of 768, and you can see the input field are going full width. We can even do the same way we have done on large devices where we have the first name and the last name split into 2. So here we're going to add a column which is going to create that media breakpoint for medium devices. So here I'm going to add call MD6. And then I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now on medium devices, we have two columns or two equal columns for the first name and the last name, and they are in the same row. So with that, I think our form is fully responsive across a variety of screen devices. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to create section 9 of the layout, which is the footer. And on the footer, we have 4 parts of the footer. We have the top footer, which has the contact info. We have the mobile, email, and the location. And then we have the social media part. And then we have the company info. And then at the bottom, we have the copyright information. So let's get started and create something similar like what we have on the layout. So on the HTML, I'm going to start that section. And I'm going to start with a comment as always. So we have start section 9, the footer. So here I'm going to start that section. So we have footer with a class of footer and a container. And then I'm going to hit tab. And then you're going to style that class. So I'm going to save. And then on the SASS file for that section, which is the footer.sss, I'm going to open that file. And then the first thing I'm going to do is to use the modules. So we have the first one, which is the custom. So custom, and then use it as star. Then we also have the mixin. So we have the use, components, and then mixin. Use it as star. So here I'm going to style the footer. We have that class already. And here I'm going to set padding top. I'm going to set that to 1 rem. Then the background color. So here we're going to create this color. We don't have it on the custom SASS file. So here I'm going to create a variable called footer specifically for that section. So I'm going to save, and then we need to create this variable on the custom SASS file. So I'm going to open that file. So this is a new color. So I'm going to add it where we have the white and the gray colors. Or let me just add on my theme colors. So we have variable footer, and then I'm going to assign it this color, that is 151414. Close, and then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. At the bottom here, you can see we have that color. So we're going to start with the top footer, which has this contact info. We have the icon, the phone, the working hours, and then we have the email icon, the email, and then we have the location and the icon. So you're going to start with that top footer. So on the HTML, I'm going to use emmet to generate the 3 sections at once. So here I'm going to start a new row, and then I'm going to add the columns. So I'm going to group them, and here I'm going to use columns that are going to create different breakpoints. For medium devices, I'm going to use call MD4. For large devices, I'm going to use call LG4. And then we need the container for all that content, so I'm going to call it contact box. Then we need some padding at the top, so I'm going to add that class padding top 1. And then we need the container for the icon. You can see here from the layout, you have the icon, the title, and the subtitle. Same way with email and the location. So here we're going to use block element modifier to nest it. So again, we have that class contact box, and then underscore icon. So that one will be the container for the icon. And then we need the container for the title and the subtitle. So here I'm going to add a plus, and then again contact box underscore info. So the info will have the title and the subtitle. Then I'm going to add the title. So we have the link with a class of contact box underscore underscore info, and then I'm going to modify that with title. So we have minus minus title, and then we have the text. So I'm going to have title goes here. So we're going to replace that with the actual content for that title. And then we need the subheading. So here we're going to use paragraph with the class of contact box underscore underscore info minus minus subtitle. So the text, we're going to use subtitle goes here. Again, you're going to replace that with the actual content. So here at the end, I'm going to say times 3, and then it's going to generate for us all the 3 section or the 3 columns at once with the content. So hit tab, and now you can see we have the first container that is for the phone or the mobile number, and then we have the second one for the email, and then the third one for the location. So I'm going to comment them so that we can know where they start. So we have the first column, so I'm going to say start or just content for the phone or for the mobile number. And then we have contact for email. Content for email. And then we have the third one, which is content for location. So I'm going to save. Let's see how it looks like on the browser. So that is how our content looks like so far. So we're going to style it. You can see we have the title goes here for the first one, the second one, and the third one. Next, I'm going to add the icons. From the layout here, you can see we have the phone icon for the phone content. We have the mail icon for the email content, and then we have the location icon for the location content. And these are SVG icons. And I must mention that there are different sources that you can get these SVG icons. But if you want to use the same icons that I've used here, then you need to go to tablericons.com. So here you're going to start with the first icon, which is the phone icon. So I'm just going to type phone. And by doing that, you'll be able to see that icon, and you can see it here. The name of that icon is phone call. So I'm going to click it to copy the SVG code. So click, and you can see now it says copied. And then on the first column where we have the container for the icon, I'm going to paste that code there. So paste. Next, we need the icon for the email. So again, you're going to type or search for that icon. So I'm just going to type email. And here you can see we have that icon. You can see it here, mail opened. That is the name of that icon. So I'm going to click it to copy the code. So again, where we have the icon, that is the content for email. We have that container, paste. The next one is the location icon. So I'm going to search for that. So again, on the table icons, I'm going to search for location. And by doing that, you'll be able to see the icon, and you can see it here. The name of that icon is map2. That is map -2. Copy. And then on the icon container, I'm going to paste. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser how it looks like. And there you have it. You can see now we have the 3 icons. So let's also replace the titles, the subtitle with the actual content that we have on the layout. So let's start with the phone number. So I'm going to copy. So I'm going to, and then we have the subtitle, which is the working hours. So let's do the same for the email and the location. So copy. So I've copied that. Let's also do the same for the location. So I've replaced all the content, so I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. Now you can see we have the actual content. So the next step now is to style the content. So we already have a SASS file for that section, which is footer.sss. So here you're going to style the contact box, which is the container for that content. So let's start with the comment, which is style the contact box content. So we have that class contact box. So here I'm going to set the position to relative. Then you're going to style it the way we have nested on the HTML. So from the HTML, you can see we have this class, which is contact box underscore underscore icon. And then we have contact box underscore underscore info, which has the title and the subtitle. So that's how we're going to style it. So let's start with the icon. We have underscore underscore icon. And then another one is info. So we have underscore underscore info, which you're going to modify the title and the subtitle. So for the title, we're going to modify that. So we have minus minus title. And then also for the subtitle, minus minus subtitle. So here I'm going to start with the width, and I'm going to set the width and the stroke. That means on the HTML, where we have the three icons, we need to remove a few things. And one of them is the width and the height. You can see it's already set to 44. And also remove the stroke. And that is the color of that stroke. So let's start with the width and the height. So I'm going to select and then target the three icons. So you have the second and the third one, backspace, and then also the stroke color. So we have the stroke color, so I'm going to remove it. And then for the stroke width, we're going to set that to 1. So I'm going to remove the 5 and then save. Then we can go ahead and set the width of the icon. So here I'm going to set the width. So I'm going to use 4M, and then the stroke, I'm going to use primary. So I'm going to save. Let's save from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have the three icons, and the color of the icon has changed to purple. So next, let's style the title and the subtitle. So for the info, you're going to set the padding. So I'm going to set the padding to 0.4 rem. And then for the title, let's start with the color. That is white. And then text decoration, none. And then for the subtitle, let's set the color. So we're going to use one of the gray colors. You can see from the layout, we have this gray color. So we're going to use one of the gray colors. So here we have gray 300. So that is the color we're going to use. And then we need also to set text decoration to none. And also not forgetting the font size of the title and the subtitle. So for the title, we're going to set the font size to 1 rem or 1.4. And then font size for the subtitle, we're going to set that to 1 rem. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So that is how the content looks like. I think gray 300 is not the correct color. So let's try gray 600. Save, let's see. And there you have it. So something else is we need to set the font weight of the title and the subtitle. You can see they are a bit bold. So I'm going to set here for the info. So we have font weight. I'm going to use 600. Save. Let's see. So much better now. Next, I'm going to set the display for this content, and this will create different breakpoints so that we can target different screen devices. And this will also make our content fully responsive. So on the HTML, where we have the 3 columns, I'm going to select the 3. And then here we're going to add the display utility classes, which are going to create different breakpoints. So for medium devices, I'm going to set the display to block. So we have D, and then medium, and then block. For large devices, we're going to set the display to flex. So we have display, large, flex. And then for small devices, you're going to set the display to flex or any other device. So you have display, flex. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So you can see now the display has changed. You can see now on large devices it's using the display flex. So I'm going to right click so that we can check for other devices and inspect element. So you can see here, this one is a medium device. It's an iPad with a screen window of 768. You can see the display has set to block. So you can see the icon is on top of the title and the subtitle. That means that display is working on that device. So let's see from a small device. So I'm going to switch device. Let's go for Moto G4. So again, here you can see the display is set to flex. So I'm going to switch to another device. Another small device like Galaxy S5. Again, you can see the display is set to flex. So the only thing we're going to do here is to reduce the width of the icons on small devices and medium devices. So here I'm going to add a media breakpoint, which is going to target large devices only. So on the footer where we have that icon, I'm going to add the media breakpoint. So we have include media breakpoint up, and here you're going to target from small device, and then you're going to set the width to 4M. So copy, paste. Then on small device you're going to set that to 2M. So I'm going to save. Let's see. And now you can see the icons have reduced the size. So the next thing is to also reduce the title and the subtitle on small devices. So again, here we're going to create or include a media breakpoint, which is going to target large devices. So I'm going to copy that media breakpoint and then add it where we have the title. So here you're going to set the font size to 1.4M and then 1rem for small devices. So this one will also apply to subtitle. So I'm also going to copy where we have the subtitle. So we need to include that media breakpoint. And then where we have large device, we're going to have 1rem, and then we're going to reduce the font size on small devices to weight 0.8. And then I'm going to save, or 0.9. Let's see. And there you have it. You can see now we have the title and the subtitle. They're a bit small. So let's switch to another device. Let's go for a medium device. We have an iPad. So again, you can see the content is fully responsive. Let's go for a large device, iPad Pro. Again, you can see the content is fully responsive. So here I'm going to switch back to a small device. And here the only thing I'm going to do is to make sure that the icon and the title are aligning together. So I'm going to add some padding where we have the icon. So we have padding top. So I'm going to set the padding top to 0.5 rem. So save, let's see. And there you have it. I think we need also to reduce the font size of the subtitle. So I think 0.9 is a bit large. So here I'm going to set to 0.8 and then save. Let's see. So now I think everything is perfectly fine. So on all devices, our content now is fully responsive. So we can move on to the next step. Next, I'm going to create the content for the second part of the footer, which is the social media. So on the HTML, I'm going to create a container for that content. So here I'm going to start with a comment, which is start the social media content. So here I'm going to create a class called footer social media. So you have footer dash social media. So I'm going to use the two initials. And then here I'm going to style the background. You can say here we have this light background. So I'm going to add an inline style. So we have style. We have background color. And here I'm going to use 21, 21, 21. So that is the hex value for that color. Then from there we need a container, a row, and the two columns. You can see here we have the two columns. We have the first column with this content that says connect with us on social media. And then we have another column for the social icons or for the social media icons. So we have a container and a row. And then I'm going to add some padding. So we have padding Y. I'm going to set that to 4. And then text center. So we need to add that class and then tab. So here I'm going to create two unequal columns, which are going to create different breakpoints. So from the layout, you can see we have the first column, which has this text that says connect with us on social media. And then we have the second column, which has these social media icons. So here for large devices, I'm going to use call LG5. That is for the first column. And then for medium devices, I'm going to use call MD6. And then some margin at the bottom. So you need to add that class, margin bottom 4, tab, and then paste that text. Then for the second column, on large devices, I'm going to use call LG7. So that they make it 12. So you have call LG7 and then call LG5 for the first column. And for medium devices, I'm going to use call MD6 and then tab. So here we're going to start with the Facebook icon and then Twitter, GitHub, LinkedIn, and then Instagram. So we're going to create them in that order. So here we have the link and then the icon. And then here we're going to use the font awesome brand class. And then the name of that icon is Facebook. And then tab. So I'm going to duplicate for the rest of the icons. So for the second icon, we have Twitter. The third icon, we have LinkedIn. Sorry, we have GitHub. And then for the fourth one, we have LinkedIn. So we have LinkedIn. And then the fifth one, we have Instagram. So we have Instagram. And then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have that text. Oh, sorry, those icons, but we don't see the text. So here we need to add the class text white. So here we have the row. I'm going to add text white. And then save. Let's see. And there you have it. So the next step now is to style that content. So on the footer.sss, we're going to style that class. So at the bottom here, I'm going to start with a comment, which is style the social media content. And then we have that class, footer social media. So here I'm going to style the links, which includes the social media icons. So I'm going to set the color to white. So we have white. Then we have the icon inside the link. So I'm going to set the font size to 1 rem, which is the default. And then some margin at the left to separate the icons. So we have margin left. I'm going to use 1 rem. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. So the next step now is to make sure that we create a media or include a media breakpoint, which is going to target large devices. That is the font size of the icon. So first I'm going to open the inspector, right click and then inspect element so that you can see how it looks like on other devices. So inspect element. So here I'm going to include that media breakpoint and I'm going to copy what we have here. Copy. And then here for large devices, we're going to use 1.7 or 1.6. And then I'm going to save. So let's see from the browser. So you can see now our content is fitting nicely on a small device, screen width 360. So I'm going to switch to another device, like a medium device. We have iPad. Again, you can see our content is fitting nicely, including the size of the font of the social media icons. So something else is we need to fix, that is the space between at the bottom where we have the social media content. So I'm going to close the inspector. So you can see here at the bottom we have a big space, so we need to fix that. So on the HTML where we have the first column, we are going to add a class which is MD0. So we have that class which is going to fix that. So save, let's see. So now you can see we don't have that space. So content is fully responsive, and now we can move to the next part, which is part 3. So on the third part of the footer, we have the 4 columns. We have the first column with the company info, and then we have the rest of the 3 with the links. So let's work on that. So on the HTML, I'm going to create a container for that content. So we have a comment first, which is start the content for company info. That is for the company info. So that is a comment. So here I'm going to start that container, which will have a row. So we have the row with a class of text white and justify content center. So we have that class. So justify content center. And then some margin at the top. So here I'm going to use margin top 3, and then some padding at the bottom. So we have padding bottom 3, and then tab. So inside the row, we need the 4 columns. So we're going to start with the first one, which is a bit large or a bit big than the rest of the 3. So that one you're going to create it separately. So we have, so we're going to start with the col 12, and then for small devices we're going to use col small 6. For large devices you're going to use col LG 6. So we have 6, and then tab. So inside the first column you're going to add the heading, which is company name, and then the info about that company, and then this line. So we have H5 with a class of text capitalize and a class of font weight bold. So we have company name. Then we need that line. So that one is a HR with a class of bg white and a class of display inline block. And then some margin at the bottom. So we have margin bottom, we're going to use 4, and then tab, and then we need to style it. So we have style, so we have width, I'm going to use 60px, and then height. So height, I'm going to set that to 2px, 2 pixels. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser how it looks like. And there you have it. You can see now we have that text. So let's also add the text. So we have it below the HR. So we have paragraph with a class of line height large. And then some dummy text. So I'm going to use lorem 17. And then save. Let's see. And there you have it. So now we have that text. I'm going to add the 3 remaining columns. So here I'm going to use col 12. And then for small devices, I'm going to use col small 6. And then for large devices, I'm going to use col large 2. That is col LG2. And then some margin at the bottom. So we have MB4. So at the end here, I'm going to say times 3 because we need 3 of them. So hit tab. So for the first column, you're going to copy what we have here. That is the heading, the line, the 2. So I'm going to paste for the 3 columns. Paste, paste. So for the second column, we have heading as, so let's see from the layout. We have products, useful links, and then contacts. So that is the order. So we have the second heading. So we have products, and then useful links, and then the third one, which is contacts. Save. Let's see how it looks like. And there you have it. You can see now we have the 3 headings. So the next one now is to add the list. You can see we have the list in form of the list in form of the links. So let's add also those links. So I'm going to start with the links for the products. So we have an ordered list with a class of list inline. And then we need the list items. So we have the li, which will have a link inside, and then some dummy text. So I'm going to use lorem ipsum, and then I'm going to hit tab. So I'm going to duplicate for the 3 links. So I'm going to duplicate 3 times. So you have 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser how it looks like. And there you have it. You can see now we have the list or the links. So let's also copy for the useful links and the contacts. So I'm just going to copy the entire unordered list to the rest of the columns. So for the useful links, paste, and also for the contacts, paste. So for the useful links, you can see we have a different content. From the layout here, you can see the content is different. So I'm going to copy this and then replace with what you have. So copy. And then I'm going to pause the video and then add them on the useful links. So I've copied everything. I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. So the next step now is to style that content. So here I'm going to start by styling the list items, and I'm going to change the color to white and then remove the underline and also have some space or create some space between the list items. So let's work on that. So on the footer.css at the bottom here, I'm going to start with a comment which is style the company info content. So that is a comment. And here I'm going to create a class which is going to style that list items. So I'm going to call it company list. So we have company list. So I'm going to set the display to block. So that is the first thing I'm going to do. So you have block, and then you're going to set the list style type to none. So we have list type. So I'm going to set that to none. And also we need to set the position to relative. Then we need to style the list items. So we have the li inside the list style. So I'm going to set the margin bottom. So I'm going to use 0.5 rem, and then text decoration. I'm going to set it to none to remove that underline. And then we need also to style the links. They're inside the list items. So we have the color. I'm going to change that to white, or set it to white. And then also text decoration, we need to set that to none. So the next thing now is to add this class to the list items that we have on the HTML. So I'm going to select the UL class, that is an ordered list for the three. So you have the first one, second one, and the third one, and then add that class company list. And then I'm going to save. Let's see, save. And there you have it. You can see now we have the list items. So the next thing is to make sure that once you hover the list or the links, they turn to our primary color. So like what we have here on the layout. So you can see from the layout, once you hover the links, they turn to that primary. So on the list again, where we have the company list, so we have the hover, and then I'm going to set the color to primary. So we have primary, and then I'm going to save. Let's see. So now if you try to hover the links, you'll see they turn to that primary. So the next thing also is to add some space between the social media content and the company info. So you can see we need some enough space or good space like what we have here on the layout. So here on the HTML, I'm going to add some margin top where we have that container. So I'm going to add that class margin top 5. So that one will fix that, and then save. And there you have it. The next step now is to make sure that our content is fully responsive. So I'm going to open the inspector. So inspect element. So that is how the content looks like on a medium device, and that's an iPad, screen width 768. And you can see already the media breakpoint is already working. So I'm going to switch to another device. This one will be a small device. So let's go to Moto G4. So again, here you can see the content is fitting nicely on that screen device. So let's switch to another one. So let's go for a larger device, iPad Pro. So again, here you can see the content is also fitting nicely and it's fully responsive. So even without writing a single media breakpoint, you can see our columns are already creating the media breakpoint that we have created. So the only thing I'm going to do is to add the MX Auto, that is the class for horizontal centering on the columns that we have. So I'm going to select all the columns and then add that class. So we have the second one, the third one, and then the fourth one. So we have that class MX Auto. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So with that, our content now is fully responsive, and you can move on to the next part, which is part 4 of the footer. That is the bottom footer. So on the bottom footer, we have the copyright info, and this is our fourth part of the footer. So let's work on that. So on the HTML, I'm going to create a container for that content. So let me start with a comment, which is start the copyright info. So here I'm going to create a class called footer bottom. So inside that, we need a class container. So I'm going to create that container and a row with a class of text center and a class of text white, and then tab. So inside that row, we need a class or a column. So I'm going to use col12. Then inside the column, I'm going to create another class or another container for the copyright content. So we have footer bottom and then underscore underscore copyright. So from the layout here, we have the copyright symbol and then the text. So I'm going to copy the entire text. And then you're going to start with that symbol. So we have the code, copy. We have it here. And then the text. So we have copyright 2021, and then here we need a link. So I'm going to create that link. And then paste. And then here also we need a link. And then paste. So I'm going to save. Let's see how it looks like on the browser. So now you can see we have the text at the bottom, and that is the copyright info. So the next thing now is to style that content. So on the footer.css, I'm going to start by setting the background color for the footer bottom. So let's go to that file. And then at the bottom here, I'm going to start with a comment, which is style the copyright footer, or basically content. So we have that class footer bottom. So here we have the background color, and I'm going to use black. So we have that color on the SASS file. And then here I'm going to nest it the way we have done on the HTML. So we have underscore underscore copyright. So I'm going to set the color to gray 600. So we have that color, gray 600. And then font weight, I'm going to set that to 400. Then we need to style the links again inside the copyright. So we have a link, and here I'm going to set the color to gray 300. So we have gray 300. And then text decoration, we're going to set that to none. So I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. So now that is our copyright. So we need to add some padding. So on the HTML, where we have that class, I'm going to add padding top and padding bottom. So we have padding top, I'm going to set that to 5, and then padding bottom also 5, and then I'm going to save. Let's see again, and there you have it. Now you can see it's much better. So the next thing now is to create the hover. So we need the links to turn to our primary color. So on the footer, inside the link, you're going to create that hover effect. So we have hover, so the color, we're going to set that to primary, and then text decoration, you're going to set that to underline. So I'm going to save. Let's see. So now if we try to hover the links, you'll see we have that hover, which is our primary color. So we need also to make sure that our footer bottom or copyright info is fully responsive. So I'm going to right click and inspect element to see from other devices. So that is how the content looks like on a small device, which is with a screen window of 360. So I'm going to switch to another device, another smaller device, Pixel 2. Again, you can see our content is fitting nicely on that device. Let's go for a medium device. Again, our content is fitting nicely on that screen device. So with that, we can move on by creating the next item, which is the back to top button. So you can see it here, we have this back to top. So on the HTML, I'm going to create that button at the end of the footer. So here we have a comment first, which is back to top button. So we're going to create it as a link. So we have the link with a class of shadow and a class of btn primary to give it that purple color. And then we need to give it that rounded circle. So we're going to add that class, which is rounded circle. So we have tab. And then inside the link, we need that icon. So you can see here from the layout. So we have this chevron up icon, and that is a font awesome icon. So here we have the icon with the class of font awesome solid, and the name of that icon is chevron up. So I'm going to save. Let's see how it looks like. So on the left here, the bottom left, you can see we have the icon already. So the next thing now is to style it and make sure that we position it at the right bottom. So inside the footer, so the bottom here, I'm going to start with a comment, which is style the back to top button. So here I'm going to create a class which is going to position and style that button. So I'm going to call it back to top. So I'm going to set the position to fixed. That is the first property that I'm going to have. So we have fixed, and then set the width and the height of that button. So we have width. I'm going to use 3 rem, and also the height, also 3 rem. Then I'm going to set the position from right. So we have right 1.875 rem, and also the position from bottom Also, I'm going to use 1.875 RAM. Also, we need to set the Z index. So here I'm going to set a higher number. So we have 9999. And then I'm going to save. And then we need to add this class where we have that button. So after the rounded circle, paste back to top class. And then I'm going to save. Let's see from the browser. And there you have it. You can see now we have that rounded button. So the next thing is to position this icon at the center of that circle or the rounded circle. So here you're going to nest it. We have icon. And then we have the color and the font size. So I'm going to set first the color. So we have color. So white. And then the font size. So the font size I'm going to use 1 rem. And then we need to position at the center. So we're going to include that mixin. So we have include. And the name of that mixin is absolute center. And then close. I'm going to save. Let's see. And there you have it. Now you can see you have the icon at the center of that rounded circle or the button. So now if you click the button, you'll be able to scroll to the top. And you can see the button is already working. So click again. And there you have it. So with that, we are done with that part. And we have come to the end of this project. If you made it to this far, congratulations. Hope you've learned a lot from this project. And if you have questions, please post them on the comments. Thanks for watching.